All right. I will not be checking my DMs during this, FYI. All right. We're giving Ken a call right now. And yeah, thank you, Choosy Goblin, for that amazing piece of music.
Hello.
Hey, Ken, what's going on, man?
Not much. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Welcome to my stream. I appreciate you coming.
I appreciate you inviting me on and giving me the opportunity to talk to you tonight, man.
Yeah, well, it's definitely good having you. So always, I try to get started with a little bit of an icebreaker. Um, so I like just asking some silly question. Like for me, it's going to be tonight. What's something fun that happened to you during the week? Oh,
Let's see.
something fun and unique that maybe doesn't happen every day for you, but something fun that happened to you this week.
I guess the only real significant thing that happened to me this week was that we ended up moving apartments, which is a big thing for us. Moved halfway across the city. So, on top of doing all things BitHeroes this week, I had a fun time of pulling my house from one location to another, and I'm pretty much dead right now. So, bear with me on the call.
Oh, you're fine. You got cold brew. You're good.
Yep.
Trader Joe's cold brew. That's the way to go. So what? I'm sure Congregate assigned you to the project, but what? Once you did get into Bit Heroes, what really got you interested in the game itself?
So I've been playing Bit Heroes on and off for like 2 years now. Actually, I
Okay.
played more casually prior to working on the project. I have like a secret alt that nobody else really knows about that I've been playing. It's in the multiple hundreds of levels, but I don't really use it anymore just because that long tail has kind of lost its luster when you can have access to trillions of gems. If that makes any
Right, I can imagine.
sense. But yeah, and actually, I wasn't like assigned to the project so much as we were given the opportunity to look at the project, and I liked it so much that I encouraged everybody to hop all over it. So I have a lot of faith in the game and in the community, and
Did
that's one
you
of the
did you
reasons.
take part in the acquisition? I mean, meaning did you give input in order to go forth with the acquisition?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah. So part of my job as product manager is evaluation of products, and I was requested to do analysis on the game, and I felt like not only from a community perspective, but from a financial perspective, the game is a very solid game.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Now, when you were starting out in BH, not many people are going to know your alt, but is there a player, maybe a couple players that helped you out? That they probably don't even know they helped you. They don't know you were a dev at the time, but you think they helped you out. Any few you want to give a shout out to?
Actually, my player account is also a pretty decently high spender. So I have friends in a few guilds that hunt after high spenders as well. So like Chaos and Soup and so on. I have friends in each of those guilds who don't know that I'm actually Kenkong's.
I like it. So you don't want to reveal who's helped you.
I mean, I there's been quite a few people along the way. It's multiple years now, so
Okay.
it'd be hard to call out one single person because I'd feel bad for leaving
Fair
others out.
enough.
But
I can respect that. I can respect that. Now, as a gamer in general, what do you classify yourself as? Are you like a completionist, an end gamer, a socialite? What kind of gamer are you?
a social gamer probably with a bit of completionist,
You like
which
to get
is
that achievement point.
yeah. I really do enjoy the social side of it though. I play a lot of different MMOs. Well, I did at least before I started working like very heavily in the gaming industry, and that's one of the things that always sort of kept me playing was the interactions I had with other players.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Now, what previous games have you played that you really got into and spent many years in?
So I kind of grew up in the middle of nowhere in Indiana on a farm, like that's hundreds of acres. So I didn't really have decent internet until I moved to Europe. I moved to Europe when I was 17 and started playing World of Warcraft because I had like no friends when I was living in Europe.
Fair enough.
And I made a whole bunch of friends playing WoW for a few years, and then started playing EVE Online for a few years, and that sort of grew into a business that I built. It's my first gaming company, and I spent years and years and years playing EVE Online, and then finally just kind of bounced when it started getting a little bit too toxic, and from there, I've just been working at video game companies really. So those are the two games that I've played super heavily. I've played a lot of other games like Ark and really just pretty much every single MMO under the block. And these two are the ones that are probably the most special to me.
Fair enough. Now, tell me a little bit about yourself, and so the community can get to know you a little bit better.
Cool, yeah. So yeah, I mentioned I grew up in Indiana, in the United States. I moved to Europe when I was 17 years old, and I lived there until I was 29. I went to college there, met my wife there, started my first business, started working at a bunch of different video game companies, and so on. I'm a really big guy. I've been playing sports my entire life, swimming, football. But the other side of that was that I was like a pretty big LAN nerd. Used to compete in Halo tournaments.
Okay.
I did things like choir and like a bunch of just like weird combinations that you wouldn't normally expect.
You diversified, which is perfect. It's important to try a little bit of everything, and it sounds like that's exactly what you did.
Yeah, and those years are really formative. I didn't realize it back then that you could make a highly lucrative living out of making and playing video games. So I'm actually really happy with how things turned out.
That's awesome. So, when it comes to activities, now you're in San Diego, California. You're far away from Europe. What's what is there to do? So, like outside of sitting in the home playing video games, which naturally most of our community does, what else is there to do in San Diego?
San Diego is a pretty awesome city. It's very like an outdoorsy city. We're completely surrounded. Well, not surrounded. We're like half of our city is just around massive beaches. On the other side is mountains, and there's a desert on the other side of the mountains, and you have like skiing 2 hours north of us, and so on, and awesome party cities below us in Tijuana. And there's just like an innumerable amount of things you can do, so long as you like getting outside. San Diego doesn't have loads of like internal fun things like museums and stuff, but there's like the zoo and SeaWorld if you don't mind the whole thing that SeaWorld does. But yeah, lots of stuff.
I don't think we're going to get into animal activism today, but yeah, I don't do politics on my stream, which I'm sure you understand.
Yeah, for sure, man.
When it comes to food, what do you like to eat? Because I'm horrible. I eat everything. I'm a fucking savage. I chow down and just demolish, whatever it is that's in front of me. And I'm in the worst place for it. I'm in Vegas. So I get coupons for buffets constantly. This week I've gone to 3 buffets.
Oh man, jeez.
And
yeah.
2 of them were free, 1 of them was half off.
Fuck, man. Yeah, so I actually, before I got into business and video games, I went to culinary school. I have a master's in Italian culinary arts. So I was a chef for a while. I wanted to like create my own restaurant, hotel type thing. But I ended up, while I was in culinary school, eating kebabs every single meal for like 4 years straight. I just like anything that's like street food, so kebabs, tacos,
you can't go wrong with kebabs. It's a bunch of meat on a skewer, and most of the fat drips off. So you get just this pure protein and this delicious barbecue, again, based on what it's being cooked over. But I love kebab over mesquite, personally.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of kebabs. I love street tacos, and San Diego obviously has a wealth of different
Have you been down south to Tacos El Gordo?
Yeah, I have been. It's pretty awesome.
Oh, it's amazing.
Yeah, there's so many good places here for Mexican food, like genuine, authentic Mexican food. It's amazing.
Yeah, definitely. There's Old Town San Diego's got a bunch of places. There's a lot of great food over there for sure.
Yeah, we take a lot of our new hires to Old Town and serve them some tequila and get them some like really great tacos at this place.
Is Cafe Guadalajara still over there?
Sorry, just a second. My freaking dryer just buzzed.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, I'm not aware. I've only been here in San Diego for like a year and a half now. So I'm not like down with every single thing that's here.
No worries. So let's take a look here. We do have a giveaway set up on the screen right now. play to participate. For this giveaway, there's 3 spots. It's going to be Chaos, Frostbeard, and X-Dreads. Perma spot for all 3 of these gentlemen. I've already interviewed Chaos. Frostbeard's a great dude. He's also a moderator in-game chat. And 3 great dudes from different countries. Chaos is in America, Frostbeard's in Germany, and X-Dreads is our resident Asian Italian, which we have a lot of. Did you know we have such a large Asian Italian population in BitHeroes?
That's awesome, man.
Yeah, Dior is Asian Italian. We got Hyoki in Chaos as well, and X-Dreads over in Dusk. All Asian Italian. There's so many cultures.
2 of my favorite cultures right there. It's awesome.
Definitely. So exclamation point, play to participate, and we're going to get this started right now. So when it comes to a profession, what made you choose what you do, and what exactly is the line card for what you do?
All right, I'll answer that. I'll break that up into 2 questions and sort of answer them one at a time. So I think I mentioned before, I was playing EVE Online really extensively, like 20 hours a day. I was leading one of the biggest alliances in there called AAA that was like multiple thousands of players. And we started making like third-party websites to help our alliance out. One of those was a casino website. Some people might know. It's called Summer Blink. And that really got me into making socials. And we ended up making a social network for video games that allowed you to integrate your EVE Online account into the social automatically just by connecting with OAuth. We basically pull all of your character details, your friend lists, and so on, right? Like straight into a Facebook clone, but like specifically for games. And then once that was successful, we spun it up for Blizzard, for Valve, and a few other companies. And then we got approached by another company and I sold it. So really it was pretty organic. It was like I was doing this thing. I wanted to do more. I created a website, got approached by the company, sold it. And then after that is when I joined Gameloft. So I moved to Spain because my mother-in-law wasn't doing super well. There's not a whole lot of gaming companies in Spain. And Gameloft was like one of the bigger ones. And I wanted to kind of get my feet wet, and I just jumped in there. Did that for a while until Gameloft got bought out by Vivendi, and they started laying off studios. And that's when I decided to come back to the United States after 13 years abroad and apply to Kongregate, which I had been, a massive fan of all my life, considering like the huge amount of games they have on Kong.com. So that's the first part of that question. The second part is what exactly I do. So I'm a product manager. So at different companies, this means different things. Ours kind of fits more the traditional role of what a product manager is, which means that we evaluate the product, whether that's talking with the community, getting player feedback, or if this is like a Facebook product manager, just talking with the users who use Facebook. We do data analysis, so we're responsible for the entire data pipeline of a game. And we use those 2 combined analysis to inform a roadmap. It means like what things should happen and why. We have to be able to defend that extremely well to all kinds of stakeholders, whether it's the players, fellow product managers, or like directors and C-staff. The only caveat there is that product managers at Kongregate are also sort of product owners, which is a more traditional producer role, meaning that we manage teams. So I oversee teams of engineers, teams of artists, both internally at our studio in Ultrabit in San Diego, but also at Kongregate.com in San Francisco, and our work for hire companies that we partner with in Argentina and kind of all over the world. So I really, really liked that because it was a deviation slightly from what a traditional product manager is, because it brought me back to my entrepreneurial years previously, where I had to hire, myself, 10 employees, train them up, and spin up products with them. So long answer is just that I run the game basically now from like a CEO perspective of the game, not a CEO of the company, just of the game.
So you're the CEO of BitHeroes.
Yeah.
I love it. So we got the right person here. That's good to know. So away from hiking, away from San Diego, away from food, away from work, what kind of hobbies do you have?
Honestly, for me as a product manager and an entrepreneur, my hobbies are work. So when I'm
Wow.
not working on BitHeroes, I work on other companies. Congreg's super cool about us having side gigs. So I run two other gaming startups that I haven't announced at all to the public, really, and probably will not for years to come. Just sort of as a way for me to work through the product process in my head. I'm just kind of one of those unfortunate individuals who can't turn off when they go home. So my head's always on product, whether that's Discord or Bait Heroes or like grabbing a bag of chips and thinking how the product could be made better. Outside of that, I have 3 dogs and a wife, so I try to spend as much time with them. We go to a lot of different concerts together. We go to the beaches together. We go. My wife's vegan, so we like go and try all these bunch of different vegan places. She also just got into K-pop, so like I have to go listen to K-pop like
Wait,
constantly.
1 second. But are you vegan?
No,
How do you
no,
do
no.
that?
I mean, I've been with her for 13 years, and after a while, you just learn to like
You
support
guys,
them no
she's
matter.
totally cool with you eating meat and her not eating meat?
I think that well, I don't eat like pork very much,
Okay.
but that's just because I've trained myself to think that pigs are as smart as dogs, and I wouldn't eat my dogs. So that's about it. I'll eat everything else.
Fair enough, fair enough. Alright, so guys, we're going to do one more giveaway. I'm going to ask another question, and then we're going to get into the Q&A session. And we're going to talk about how we're going to do the Q&A so everybody's on board.
Mhm.
Alright, so for this next giveaway, we've got an A Wookiee spot. We've got Danko Roller. Call him Dan. I like calling him Danko Roller. A Wookiee, Danko Roller, and Poopy Sec pulling in a temp spot. You see that blue name tag? That means it's a 2-week temp. So exclamation point play to participate. If I do by chance win this spot, I will give it to Tuppers, just because.
We're up to 100 years now, man.
Yeah, we're doing good. We're doing good. How do you have kids as well, right?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
Actually,
Okay.
my wife and I have been like super focused on school and career for a while. She has a PhD
Oh
that took up a
wow.
lot of time that she wanted to focus on. Yeah,
And
and
what specialty?
she's a molecular microbiologist, so
Whoa.
she's way smarter than I am.
You guys are both in very specialized, specific fields.
Yeah. She's super bright. Both of her parents are PhD professors as well. Comes from a smart family.
Incredible. Some good lineage.
Yeah, she's also got she's got certificate. She's got a Six Sigma green belt, which is a project management thing. She has certificates in data analysis and data mining, and she speaks 5 languages. So
5 languages. Well, what language does she speak?
speaks English at a native fluency, but she's from Spain, so she speaks Spanish is her mother tongue. She speaks Italian, French, and Portuguese as well.
Basically, all Latin tongues.
Yeah, I think once you've learned a few of them, the other ones are pretty easy to pick up.
Yeah, that's extremely impressive. I only speak 2 languages, and my wife speaks 3. But it's 5 is wow.
Yeah, it's nuts. It's nuts. I can barely speak one.
Fair enough.
As
Hey,
you'll learn on this
how many
country.
programming languages can you speak though? See, that's the question.
A few. I'm not like super CS skilled guy, but I've dabbled. I've had to dabble in my different businesses.
Fair enough. Well, which languages would you say you're proficient in when it comes to programming?
Well, the one I wouldn't say it's programming, but like MySQL and SQL we use on a daily basis for analysis. I've had to do PHP for our previous company that I worked at, and obviously like non-languages like HTML and CSS and Java and XML and stuff like that, JavaScript. You also, I think some of our games are also coded in config files that are JSON, so I've had a lot of experience in those. But again, those are not actual coding languages; they're just like documentation languages.
Hey, it's more than I got. That's for sure. All I got is spoken language and written language. English.
Yeah.
Now, you mentioned that you like reading sci-fi books. What kind of authors do you like out there?
So I got really big into the Red Rising trilogy over the last couple of years. Pierce Brown is author of those. Is amazing. We've actually been talking a lot at our studio about pitching him on ideas for games to turn his Red Rising series into a game, but
Wow.
we're nothing super concrete there yet. My dad and I were really big into reading the old Lucas canon back in the day prior to Disney's taking over. So I've read every single Lucas canon book. I think it was like 93 Star Wars books. And really, those two are the ones that I've been pounding on recently. I'm a big fan of the old Lucas canon, not so much of the new Disney canon.
Fair enough. I've been trying to. A friend of mine convinced me to read the original Witcher series, translated from I believe it's Polish.
Mm-hmm.
So that's on my list of things to do once I get there.
Oh, I'm jealous, man. Yeah, that's actually probably a pretty good idea. I might have to add that to my backlog.
Congratulations, Frostbeard, on winning the race. Let's see here. Would you like the spot, or would you like to give it away to somebody else? Everybody's saying it's rigged because Frostbeard's in chaos.
It's true, it is rigged, right?
Probably.
That was the plan, right?
All right, you got chat mods. You figure it out. I need to start getting ready for these questions here. All right, so this is how everybody listen up. This is how we're going to be doing the Q&A today. All right. So for the Q&A, this is how it's going to work. We're going to go down the list. We're going to ask a question. We're going to get Kenkong's response. I have multiple layers to each and every one of my questions. There's only about 24, but if we break them down, there's about 70. So, but we're gonna try to keep them semi-concise to keep Kenkong's sanity. And then after we're done with all these questions, we're going to open it up for a full open forum. But how it's going to work, we're going to ask the question, we're going to get his response, I'm going to give a little bit of additional feedback based on the notes I have on the question, and then we're going to open it up to you guys for each question to give you guys a chance to respond and give your little 2 bits of input. All right? All right, Ken, you ready?
Yes, I am. Shoot.
All right. First things first. You've talked about a lot of things that are going to be coming into the game. We talked about armory. We talked about professions. Now, is everything is scheduled, or is it going to be randomly given to us? Are you going to hit us with, this, and this is coming in this week, and then this might come next week? Is it going to come in batches, or are you just going to slowly slip things in? How's it going to go?
So it's probably going to go slowly at first, just as we continue to pick up the game. We have engineers internally. We have engineers working at a work-for-hire studio that works with us. We have artists internally and artists that work for hire studio for us. And as both teams bring on more engineers and more artists, things will start getting quicker and quicker. There's a lot of learnings going forward. Like the game was built by 2 people. It was never meant to be shared out with a team to work on together. So there's a lot of pain points there. There's a lot of learning. There was 0 documentation for the game. So when we went into production, we had to basically make our own documentation. And for that, I would say thank you to the people who run the BitHeroes wiki. You guys are freaking amazing. We had to also write custom scripts to pull all the information we could out of XML and so on. But to get back to your question, things will first happen very slowly. So expect the armory to probably land in September. Technology for the actual player voting to happen probably either mid-September or like the third week of September. And then things like new quests, new factions, and new cities to roll out monthly thereafter. Depending on the size of the item, some things can take a week to code and to spin up art for. Some things can take 2 months. It really just depends. Like something like adding new cities with new factions and so on can take a significant amount of like database editing. And the database editing is very complex. It has a very high risk threshold for us in the game that's 3 years old. So that means we have to do a lot of QA, and that extra QA takes a lot of time. I think that when we come closer to the actual set in stone roadmap, we'll have more sure dates for everybody. But without
you do plan to release at least the quality of life roadmap for everybody. Maybe not the actual what's going to happen in game, but you are going to give us some idea of. I mean, you guys have a huge list of everything we want with quality of life as players. For sure, you're going to give us some sort of roadmap on that, right?
For sure. Yeah, I don't know how far out dates will be set. So, like, telling you that we'll have a quality of life roadmap that has a year's worth of updates on it is extremely unrealistic because market changes from month to month, and usually the furthest out we set things in hard dates is like 2 to 3 months. Fair but without sounding like a broken record, a lot of that stuff has to be passed by a huge amount of people, and that now includes the player council. So expect some of that roadmap to come in chunks. So one of those chunks could come within the next couple weeks. The next chunk would probably come once the player council lands. The next chunk will come in probably the end of September and so on.
Now, I have this later on, but since you mentioned it, let's hit it slightly. When it comes to, we'll ask more about the player council in general, but just with this question itself, how much input do you feel the player council will have in actual game content in comparison to other situations?
So just through my interactions with you guys over the last couple of weeks, there's already probably 7 or 8 items in our roadmap that are there that did not exist 3 weeks ago, that are directly pulled from comments and discussions I've had with certain players. Vis just gave us like a 3-page document on a system that he thinks would benefit the game, and after reading it, I think that our game would benefit really heavily from it. So I need to deliver that to my product team, have them evaluate it, and put it into the roadmap. So there will definitely be items that come from the community that will end up on our roadmap. The player council itself will also be given the opportunity to come up with ideas we can slot in and so on and talk about. But our idea for the player council, really the value to us, is about creating a polished experience, not just like creating an experience from ground up, right? So for the beta testers, for example, we're pretty, like, we can be pretty newbie in terms of like what stats to add to a whole new mythic set. But you guys push things way further than we even thought was possible. I mean, I don't know if you saw leaderboards today, but SSS1 is at level 99 for invasion, which Jupiomans didn't even think was possible. So obviously we need to have a conversation with him to see like how he did it and like pick his brain for new ideas. People like that are kind of, they throw off design in such a way that it behooves us to go and talk to them face to face, right? So those types of conversations are things that beta testers would have the opportunity to talk to us about, coming up with new stats or just like gear checking. Say we do come up with good stats, but we need to fine tune them for a variety of TS levels. They would be able to help us with that. Community advocates, we're really envisioning more of checks, people who can set red lines for us, people who can argue very heavily for the role that they're hired into. So like a free-to-play advocate being able to argue fiercely with a pay-to-win advocate and set a unified red line for us.
And just to speak to that shortly here, you didn't really... So when it comes to player advocates, in the post today, let me see if I can pull it. I have it somewhere here. But it doesn't specifically say free-to-play or pay-to-win advocate. It just says player advocate.
There might be a subsection if you go onto the forums announcement that details that, and if not, then I need to add it. So, for example, there should be a section on meta specialists. There's 4 open roles in meta specialists. One of those is tanking, one of those is DPS, one of those is healing, and one of those is other, which is like a hybrid one.
Right.
For the community advocates, we have a few roles open. We have free to play, pay to win, elder, and new player advocates. I think there's 2 more, but I don't remember how I distributed those off the top of my head. And then
let me see how it looks. So
yeah.
There's on the actual website on the BitHeroes for dash DPC. It just states community advocate. It doesn't specify all the subsettings.
Yeah, if you click into congregate.com/forums, the BitHeroes forums.
Okay.
I think inside of here there's so no, it doesn't. It just says 6 players will be elected. It does say the meta specialist, but
okay.
Yeah, I'll get that edited in here. More or less.
Based on the way the person presents themselves, you can pretty much slide them one way or the other.
Yeah, we really do want to make sure that those 4 subgroups are really well represented. So obviously, new players being very important to our marketing efforts and to other players in terms of growing the community. So from one perspective, from the business perspective, we need the new player experience to be highly polished so that new players can flow in and kind of build over time. And from a player's perspective, you need new players so that you can interact with more people, more blood to kill, right? Elder players, we want to make sure this is a game that has a really long tail from a business perspective. And from a player's perspective, you want your friends to stick around for a long time. And then obviously, from a live operations perspective, free to play and pay to win are 2 things that fight each other all the time. I mean, if you look at any of the Discords right now, if I go and propose a new monetization system, people are going to argue for an hour and a half over it. Right? So it's really important for us to kind of get red lines there.
Yeah, monetization, we're actually going to discuss that later today. We've spent entirely too much damn time on this question. But that's okay. A lot of the stuff you covered is important, and it does cover a lot of another question that I have later on. So I'm basically able to knock out 2 birds with 1 stone.
Awesome.
And we are going to get started on this giveaway. I'm going to give you guys another minute to get in there on this giveaway. This one is... what did I just click? I clicked on something. Okay. This giveaway is a Ballbreaker, Daft Duck, Arbo, and myself. The Ballbreaker spot is a 2-week temp. Based as you guys can see that he has a blue name. That does mean it is a 2-week temp spot. Get in there on this giveaway. We're going to get this started in 1 minute. So let's get started on that next question. This one, I don't think there's much feedback on this one, or people are going to have too many opinions on. This next question is more of a pay-to-win question.
Okay.
It's going to be in regards to mythics. Now, a lot of people have had this concern. With Jepio's release of Melborg, it really took away the clout and the benefit of 99.99% of mythic familiars. All the people who spent tons of money, and there's a few. Personally, I have 3 max Melvatron and 2 max K4 L3 IDO. So I have a few mythics. And,
just a few.
Yeah. And I'm the only one in the game who maxed Melvatron. It was not a good call. But either way. What is the incentive for a person to spend money on building a mythic? There currently isn't one with Melborg and so many other legendary fams compared to mythics. Is there going to be a way for those mythics to come into their own? Are we going to see some sort of benefit?
I would say that we need to think very critically about why there is none. What systems are in place that make that impossible for us to increase the value, right? So one thing that we've talked about that a lot of players have sort of carroted to us is that any further pushing on value props on fusions like that, on mythic fusions and mythic gear, is a bad thing because it increases the gap between pay to win and free to play to an untenable amount. So we have to be clever there. Like
mythics are already an untenable amount. I mean, you can't.
Yeah,
it takes so much resources to make them. And
Yeah.
the actual benefit is what? What is it? 5-10% TS difference between a leg and a mythic, and most
Yeah.
of them have worse skills than your legendaries. I mean, I understand the feel of the free-to-play community, where they're coming from, and okay, we're not going to have a chance to do that. We're not going to have it. We're not going to have anything to compete with these big boys who have these big wallets. I mean, legendaries already exist. They are really good.
Yeah, so I think the issue really on terms of pay to win versus free to play balance there is not that pay to win is too far forward, it's that free to play is too far behind. So I have no problem with, for example, stat creeping an item to push it forward into more value for you once you've spent a huge amount of money building it up over time. What I have a problem with is free to play players feeling like they're like miles behind you. In my mind, you should totally be able to spend as much as you want and get your gear as far as you want. But the people who have been playing for 4 years shouldn't feel like you're in a whole different game than they are, right? So I would say that one solution is to increase those values, and a partnering solution would be to inflow some more ways to make free-to-play players feel like they can catch up to you while still giving you that ability to keep the gain on them.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do about people who have these, who have Wallogder, who have all these OP fams that are now defunct? Melvitron is defunct. What's it called? Wallogder is basically defunct. There's I think just a few people who have a maxed Drenith, Slasher, SS1. There's a few of them. I believe Dan's got Max Drenith. They're basically, again, defunct. What are you going to do to make these familiars relevant? Each of these familiars, not even to max stable, but each of these familiars, even without plussing it, is at least a $300 price tag on each of them.
Yeah, so I would say that the solution that we've been talking about the most is creeping them up a bit. That's obviously pretty scary to people because they see them as super pay to win, right? As you mentioned, $300 for a single one.
Well, that's not all of them. I mean, every single one is different.
Yeah.
You know,
but my point being is that like we don't ever feel like tuning familiars or tuning gear down is generally the right solution. If something doesn't feel right in terms of value perspective, we prefer to bump it up instead of bumping things down. So we wouldn't tune down legendaries. We would tune up mythics, and I agree with you to a point that mythics don't have the same degree of increased value prop as a jump between mythics and sets versus, let's say, legendary and epic, right? That distance shortens the higher you go, which is an unfortunate thing, but I feel like it's a system of the way the game is designed. There's actually hard rails in the game's code that prevent us from stat creeping. So like part of our taking over the project is breaking those rails or modifying them so that we have more control over design. Hope that answers that question.
it does. I'm just, I
If you've got a good idea, Roman, I say you should run for council member.
I have a lot of good ideas,
and
yes, I will be running. I will be running. There's no doubt about that. I will not be running for beta tester because I have 2 kids and a full-time job. I want to give this game justice, and I want to give it the time of day that a beta tester needs to give it, and I'm not going to do that. I will probably be running for some sort of meta specialist or the pay to win. I don't qualify as a free-to-play expert. I mean, that's not, it wouldn't be right.
Yeah, man, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I got three max Melvitrons. I'm going to be the free-to-play expert. Yeah, no, you can't sell that to anybody.
Yeah. I know how much you spent, man. I know all the data.
Shh, quiet. Life might be on the other side of the stream. Who knows? So besides typical tank DPS, you've mentioned you're considering new classes, new weapon dynamics. You're talking about making the healer class great again. Sorry for the Trump reference; it just worked there. And you're also there was a conversation. It was brought up to me, an idea of a two-handed main hand offhand combo with double the stats. I don't know if that's been mentioned anywhere else. It might be the first time on stream.
Yeah, that's the first time hearing of that. That sounds
Yeah,
kind of cool.
I thought that was a sick idea. Imagine taking the main hand, offhand, combining the stats, and combining the stat weight naturally, the stat weight of two pieces, and just at one main hand piece. That'd be pretty sick.
Yeah, I think that'd be pretty awesome. I think anything that really throws in more variety is going to be welcomed, so long as the value prop is there. But there's a huge library of ideas if you search back through all the RPG games that have ever existed. I mean, BitHeroes at its core is a really, really, really simple RPG game, and that means that we can go, if we want to add variety, we can in a lot of different ways. So some of our designers have talked about adding more boss abilities or making encounters more fun. But obviously those things would have to come with an armory, because we'd want you guys to be able to use boss specific gear without gimping your friends. So there's just a lot of different things there. I think that two-handed weapon idea, or like two main hands, that type of thing is probably
dual wielding. Oh shit!
Yeah, I think that's probably the right direction over just like a boss now has poison and you need gear that is like a cleanse, or a boss that has fire damage over time that you have to have fire resist for. Things like that, are there and are easy, but for us, we want to create new things that excite you, and I feel like a two-handed mace that literally takes up both your main hand and offhand slot would be like way cooler.
And we've been, I get around a little bit in the community, and we have a lot of really people who've been around for a lot longer are scared of a lot of the things that's coming out of your mouth and out of your fingertips. And let me explain why. Their fear is the fear of change. Naturally.
Yeah, I get it.
I mean, you've been playing this. Some of these people have been playing this game since beta, since alpha, since God knows how long. And you talk about so many powerful ideas, and essentially, it's a massive shift. 3 developers to a team of 30, and a massively powerful force like yourself at its helm, and all the directions and all the ideas and everything that's just flowing out. It's scary to them because they're used to this game. Every tier, minor changes, minor improvements, a little bit of new content, nothing major or game-breaking. You're talking about fire resist, poison, paralysis, hots, dots. I mean, stuff that exists in other games. But was it really ever in the BitHeroes area? It's that implementation that scares people. Are you going to be able to do it comfortably, that those OGs aren't going to quit?
So, again, I'm going to end up sounding like a broken record, and I'm going to probably say that line 1,000 times in this interview.
Uh-huh.
But let me go into that a little bit. The game, how do I say this without getting in trouble? Let's see. I would say that change is important. The status quo was fine, but if we want to push BitHeroes to a level that is known universally around the world, if you ask a random person in Cambodia, they're like, "Oh yeah, I play BitHeroes."
Of all places,
changes needed, and for me. Change can happen in a lot of ways. It can happen with a 30-man team and no outside input, or it could happen with the people who've played since alpha, guiding it along the way. And given those two options, I feel like we chose the right path in giving players the agency there to kind of set their own future. So we have loads of ideas. In my mind, I treat our company as sort of the backlog of ideas. We can come up with ideas every second of every day. That's literally our job. We can get paid to do it. My mind is that this council that is being created is the product manager now. And they're saying, with our collective experience of thousands of years played in BitHeroes, we are going to decide the future for the game. Part of that, part of the responsibility of a product manager is understanding the business. So we would ask the council to understand the business, ask them to understand that the decisions they make have a real world impact on the product. If you guys decide that we should not do X, then understand that there's cost to that. Like if we just said we should not do poisons, and therefore we do not add a new type of gear, and therefore the game does poorly in terms of revenue, we might end up, not being able to recruit as much, or do marketing as much, and so on. Players on the council will be privy, will have preview to some minor financials that we're allowed to discuss with them, whether that's things like just engagement, how many players are playing a day, or how many new players are sticking around for a couple weeks, that type of thing, just so they can get a real understanding of how their decisions actually impact the core metrics.
That's very important. And I look at that because I do 3 businesses myself. I have an Amazon seller, I run HR in my company, and I do logistics. So quite a few things under my belt as well. So I'm familiar with a lot of that stuff.
Yeah. So yeah, those things are super important to me, and I don't just mean that we're going to do change for the sake of change. I do think that all of these items that we would add have to be useful and valuable, and actually tick the boxes for the hypothesis we think they need to actually be implemented for. Part of that comes through testing, so beta testers will have to run through the items and make sure that there actually is value there.
All right, let's talk about something important. Now we have more and more familiars coming in that require legendary raid bosses, and legendary raid bosses are a pain in the ass to get, and nobody denies that. It's well known. Compared to a dungeon epic, a raid leg is a pain. A lot of older fams from tiers and tiers ago, they've become pretty much irrelevant, like Raylub and a lot of ones like that. And then you already mentioned that you don't plan on buffing old familiars, and that's okay. I'm on board with that. You said it, we'll go with it. But what about the fam breakdown? I know we talked about it. We talked about it in our little group, and you commented on the Twitch messages. But what about fam breakdown? Are you against it, for it? Do you remember how we discussed it? What's your perspective?
So if I remember correctly, fam breakdown was we can take these familiars that are, or these fusions, what have you, that are not so useful anymore, and then break them at potentially cost to their constituent parts, and then use those constituent parts to make new fusions. I feel like there is potential for value loss there. So from a systems perspective, we create these fusions that are rare, that are really hard to get because they are sort of like, what's the right word for this? They're just like extra rare, right? And sometimes they don't have to have value in terms of stats to be valuable to a player. So by doing this, we disincentivize you from going down that lane. The second part of that is every single action in the game has real world value to us. So if we allow you to undo that action, that means you're taking value away from us. Because without allowing you to do this, the permanence is there, and we require you to go off and farm more, right?
Well, that's the whole idea with the breakdown on the reward. By the way, guys, 2 minutes until I start this giveaway. Get your play in, ! Play to participate. This is a Vashir, Bikage, Jellymate. All 3 are permanent spots. So get in there, get on this. When it comes to breaking down these familiars, now this is where I don't see what you mentioned as a value loss on your end. Now, we've all played video games where you +1 a weapon, you +2 a weapon, +3 a weapon, +4 a weapon, and after the +4, there's a chance that you plus the weapon, and poof! Shit's gone! It's gone, girl! And with it being gone, you don't get anything back. Now, these familiars, they're maxed out. You destable one, and then you go to break it down, you might get one of the familiars, you might get the epic mats out of it, or you might lose everything. Why not at least give us the opportunity to lose everything?
Yeah, so...
Or put a gem cost to it to get the leg back. Give us an opportunity, give us some option. What do you think?
Yeah, so the second half of my comment was going to be that if we were to do it, there would have to be cost. and there would have to be risk. BitHeroes inherently has a lot of systems that encourage risk. We've talked about systems like in Lineage 2 where you have, that freaking item that you can increase the stats on infinitely, but every time you try to increase the stats, there's an increased chance of it breaking. Like players getting into like times 17x, where like literally the item's worth $1 million, and then it breaking, and that's like being something that gets reported in Times Magazine. So if we were to do the same thing going backwards, we would have to have some sort of loss mechanics that were valuable to and interesting to the community. But the real nuance there is what are those metrics? What is the chance of you breaking it, or what is the cost in gems, and how do we find the right balance there? Those things are not easy to calculate. So we would have to do extensive testing there. That is my main hesitation. Like if I'm going to spend a month designing the system, is that month better suited to creating out another system in the game, or improving mythic items, or doing something else?
So the problem with it is that it's a so it's not quite quality of life, but it's borderline. Because
yeah, I get it.
Again, people have played for so long, so they have a time equivalent of that many familiars. You played for 2 years, you've been working on familiars, and there's people who've literally spent months and some even years working on building a Wologder.
Yeah, me, on my alt.
There you go.
I understand that pain point. Everybody in chat's like, yeah, everybody wants to kill their Astali. Yeah, I get it.
Astali, and now with this new exterminate, they want to kill their Raylub, and
yeah.
so on. And even if there's a chance for a loss or a chance to get it back, I mean, so it is a thing, but I don't know where. I think it's farther down the road, but as long as it's on the road and a potential something for the council to discuss, that it's not completely off the table.
Yeah, I think really, if we were to do it, it would be something lower prioritized on the roadmap right now, and something that would require us to have even more learnings. Like, I'm not sure our game designers are in the right place to make a perfect balance there yet, without screwing something over.
Okay. So yeah, it's a matter of, I think the player council will definitely have a big impact on this, because they're all experienced with the game.
Yeah.
Oh, let's keep going here. All right, now this is a fun one. I didn't want to do this question, personally. But it's so important to the community, and it's important to old players, new players, and basically everyone. This question's important to a lot of people, that I had to bring it up. So some folks think that cutting impulse and problem spending can retain players. The best way would be to limit the TS in sales. What do you think about limiting the TS in sales, and that being a way to retain players? I understand. Now, don't get me wrong. I understand your perspective. Your perspective, you make the most money off of TS bundles because they sell the most, right?
Mm-hmm. They actually don't sell the most. The items that we sell the most in game are buff cores.
Really?
Yeah, TS is obviously a driver, but I mean, I could put 3 stat points in a bundle with a few hundred gems, and it wouldn't sell as well as a buff gore and a shard basket.
So if the 3 stat points and an obsidian orb wouldn't convert?
I think that obsidian orbs in themselves do well just because the value prop on the gems.
Okay.
But really, like, I understand their issue with stat points, because that's like a very easy way for them to. It's a very clear sign that pay to win is outpacing them, right?
Right.
But I feel like it's just too obvious. So if I were to spend $100 on bundles that increase my stat points, or I spent $100, went and bought gems, and then took those gems and then turned those into something that lets me run expedition for that $100 worth of energy, I get more stat points out of that. So there's like there's confusion, I think, not on how do I say this? There's confusion on their belief that stat points inside of those bundles are a huge problem. I do think they are a problem, but I don't think they're as big as they think they are. Pay to win players can progress in a lot of different ways. That's just like the most upfront in your face issue.
Well, the reason why we mentioned I mean, a lot of people at my level and higher levels, even above me, and they mention the TS in these bundles because we worked hard for our TS. no other way around it. Each TS costs a certain amount of PvP rolls, a certain amount of GVG rolls, and all that adds up. And during Jup's reign, there was substantially less TS available in these daily bundles, and with less frequency. And and TS has always been a big factor for leaderboards, for clearance of content, for Weave Dungeon. This new D3, this new D3 actually, by the way, amazing on it. Did not have such a TS, threshold. But overall, there's a lot of points to the game. Like for example, if somebody's joining my HC run, I'm doing Exterminate, and I need to pick up a DPS. And I know what TS I can carry, potentially. So if the person wails and goes like, okay, I got a whole week, 7 days, 2 bundles a day, 2 TS per bundle, they got 7 times 4 right there. They just picked up 28 TS in 1 week.
Yeah. It's a lot of TS. I can understand that. I feel like really. The question is, again, if we're inflowing too much TS from a pay-to-win perspective, are we only inflowing it too much for them, and can we also inflow more of it for pay-to-win or for free-to-play? And then where is the right balance there? The issue I think at hand is not how much TS we're selling; it's that we are selling TS, and we're selling it directly. Versus selling you shard baskets and then you go farm the TS by just leveling up. I don't know of a good solution there, really. The current solution in terms of game design is that TS points from bundles will matter less as tiers go up, because the current TS curve in the game is exponential. That is not probably our plan going forward. It's going to be more linear. My desire from previous games I was working on was that it was going to be a logarithmic curve, but that would have the opposite effect, in which TS becomes extremely important, and I don't want to push that far. So my guess is that going forward, we'll make the curve a lot more linear. TS will kind of maintain its value from tier to tier, and we can look at ways to bring it out of bundles. But again, back to my comment about understanding the financials of the game, if we do determine that TS is a significant driver of revenue and that allows us to market the game, what do the players want us to do there? Like, if we pull it, does that mean our game is less successful and we can't do as much marketing as we wanted, and the game slowly dies over the next 20 years, 10 years, whatever?
I understand. You're thinking about longevity. But I think once we get the player council together, pay-to-win portion, I have experience doing it in a lot of games, and a lot of people have experience with that portion of the gameplay. Can give a lot of feedback to other potential revenue sources.
Oh, for sure, man. You should see my list of monetization ideas that we have.
I'm scared as fuck to see your list. I'm not going to lie. Because, I mean, I've heard and read a lot of things that you've mentioned, and certain things are potentially game-breaking. And I've excluded at least 20 questions that I refused to ask you because they're so game-breaking from the monetization perspective.
Yeah, and like just going that a little bit deeper, like before we started engaging heavily with the community, that list probably would have been like 100 items. So we are curbing our desire to add certain systems based on new knowledge that we have from the player base, and we're designing new systems that we think would be much more attractive to you guys. So, for example, one red line that we noticed is like VIP is a big no-no. But one thing that could probably work well with BitHeroes is something like a platform subscription. So something that costs like $9 a month or $15 a month.
And gives what?
It gives like extra energy or extra gems, or depending on how long you've been subscribed for, it can give you like extra cosmetics or some shit like that.
That's a VIP system. What's the difference?
So VIP systems reduce access in terms of you are VIP tier 15, and because you're tier 15, you have a whole new event system. Subscriptions only subscriptions kind of work in the same way annuity works. So you make a purchase up front and you get the item over time.
Well, there's multiple VIPs in a lot of different games, and not all of them restrict access. Some of them are tiered bonuses. Like
this would not be tiered bonus. The only thing here is duration instead of like the amount you've spent. So there's no like, oh, you spent $10,000 in this game, you're gonna get this super cool item.
So you would do a single, double, or three. Essentially, I'm trying to envision it. So I'm trying to see what you're trying to draw for me here, with your subscription. So you pay $10 a month. There isn't going to be you pay $10 you get this. You pay $20 you get this. You pay $40 you get this. It's only going to be one option.
Correct. So well, I would say there's probably a try it tier and then there's a buy it tier. So the try it tier would be something that's like $4, and then there is the standard tier, and that's it. There's no like $50 tier, $100 tier, $200 tier. The try it tier is really
so there's a VIP 1 and a VIP 2. Fair enough.
If that's the name, that's probably okay. But in my mind, the pain point from a VIP system is the incentivization for you to go into levels you're not comfortable with. So like you feel socially excluded by not being a VIP or a VIP 10. And for me personally, as a payer, that was like I've spent $1,000 in the game, but not $2,000 in the game, and therefore I'm not invited into this like chat room. I don't have.
Fair enough. So there won't be any badges or any regalia on the player showing that they have this monthly subscription.
Correct, and also that VIP tier 1 is only. It doesn't work in the sense of a recurring subscription. It's like you pay that, and then your only option after that is VIP tier 2. There's no VIP or tier 3, and you cannot stay in VIP or tier 1 indefinitely. It's kind of like a step sale into a VIP, but it's not.
Would you have potentially an auto? I hate this word more than anything else, and a lot of people hate this word. But would it be like multi-level marketing? Would you have an auto subscribe feature?
I think that by definition, platform level subscriptions auto renew at the end of the month.
Okay.
It's actually more complicated in our game because of how cross-platform we are. Mm-hmm. So if you were to do an Apple subscription on your iPhone and then load up your game on PC, how do we check that subscription is active? And then you go onto your Android device, and because your Android device is not tiered up, we have to make more checks. It becomes very complex. So the one question that we have to ask ourselves when we're designing the system is, does this need to auto renew? There is like obviously financial benefits for us auto renewing, but do we want to pass it towards a typical annuity model? So annuity in financial terms is like you make a purchase up front and then you get a large benefit over time without having to do an auto repayment. My vision for this type of product would be like you have one subscription level, which is VIP 1 if you want to call it that. That's $4.99.
Okay.
For that $4.99, you get, let's say, $20 worth of value. You pay up front, and that $20 only comes to you after 15. Well, it comes to you over 15 days. At the end of those 15 days, you're presented another option, which is you can now buy VIP or tier 2, and that is $15. And that $15 worth of value gets you $100 worth of in-game items
over the course of a certain amount of days. Again.
Yeah, 30 days.
Okay.
At the end of those 30 days, and this would be the discussion we need to have, does that auto renew, or do you need to make that exact same purchase again? You cannot. The cost will not go up. The cost will not go down. It'll be those $15. It'll be those exact same rewards.
Okay.
And just another $15, another $15. From a player's value perspective, it's compelling because you're getting $100 worth of stuff for $15. But from a developer, it means that we understand that you're more likely to engage over this time period. And if the value is actually worth it, you're incentivized to make that purchase at least once a month. So that means we have stable revenue.
Fair enough. It's all about consistent and stable revenue. I mean, with my products on Amazon, I love people who do the subscribe and save option. I'm comfortable with them. They purchase every month. It's basically stable money. Pays my rent.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the main benefits of like the freemium economy over a premium game. Premium games are very hit driven, so you go years and years and years at cost, like 4 or 5 years making a game. You have a massive spike in revenue when you sell, and then you that revenue dwindles over time. And for a company that's publicly traded, that's extremely risky. So it's better to have consistency than it is to have like massive hits.
I dig it. I dig it. We'll go on to the next question in just a second. So, Choosy Goblin posted a giveaway in the unofficial BitHeroes Discord. I'm gonna get this lingo correct today. Unofficial BitHeroes Discord in the Hunger Games channel. Now, it is an amazing one. I've shown it to you guys already earlier. I can't show because I have another marbles giveaway going to start in 2 minutes here on stream. Make sure you're entered. This one is Tormy, Chugs, Cray, and myself. And on the unofficial Discord, we have Gag, or no, Tar1, Tuppers, Juppers, and Cole. 2 amazing giveaways, 2 amazing locations. Go there, go here, participate, and we'll get that going. And to move on, let's step away from bundles, subscriptions, VIP, money into the game just for a second, and talk about in-game reward rotation. And how do you guys come up with it? How do you guys think of it? What thought process goes into structuring what we see in PvP and what we see in TG specifically?
So I'm not exactly sure how the Jupiterman's team did it prior to us coming on, but a lot of it is the lead engineer there coming up with the rewards on the fly the day of and coding them. We do things a little bit more. I would say that our hope is to do them more in advance, but actually we're following the same plan that they did, which is for the last few days prior to a push, we're kind of like going like crazy trying to think of new ideas for new rewards, the things that are valuable to you guys. But the idea now, especially with the catastrophe where I took out Mount Guts and players raged, is for us to start a more reliable rotation there. So if we were to add a new item type, that we would add it to a rotation. Right now it's something like Mount Guts and Ancient Fragments, and the next week would be Rune Fragments and Mount Guts, and then the following week it would be Mount Guts and Rune Fragments and Ancient Fragments. So just like a cyclical cycle there. But in terms of like legendary spots, so like the new legendary runes, right now we're cramming hard to get new ones added. Right. Ideally, from my perspective, we would be adding at least 2 a week to the new types, but it's kind of untenable with a huge amount of other work we're doing right now, including the Unity port and some other things behind the scenes. But I wish I could show you it, but I would get fired. We have like massive live ops roadmaps where we plan out each of the events like a couple weeks in advance, the rewards for each type of event, things like the shop sale rotation. So and I know you guys can pull the XML every time we push it, but we basically have like the same shop rotation every other week, whether it's defense pets and then the next.
Well, yeah, the standardized shop rotation.
Yeah,
the shop rotation isn't what people were curious about. It's just the thought structure behind the TG and PvP. Because there's somebody who's going to complain about, oh, I need Mount Guns. Oh, I need Ruin Fragments. Oh, I need the augment chunks. I forgot.
Yeah, I think the plan there really is just consistency with whatever we do. And that obviously has pain points when we introduce something new. So once we introduce something new, like the new Ancient Fragments, people will get upset until a new consistent pattern is built. And it's on us, maybe in the future, to do a better job forecasting that we're going to add a new thing. So like I wanted to keep it secret so that it was something that would hype you up on the day. Mm-hmm. But there's a lot of internal discussions about how far forward do we carrot things. Do I tell you now that we're going to be releasing tier 10, rate 11 in 3 weeks time or 2 weeks time? And if I did, would that increase or decrease the hype for it? Would that change your guys' engagement patterns and so on? There's a lot of analysis that we have to do there. We have to kind of just work back and see times that we've done in the past, how it's impacted the game. I do want to, from a player's perspective, I do want to give you guys a bit of a heads up. So things like telling you, hey, content's coming soon or new runes coming soon, that at least can give you a hint that things are, you need to be open to change at least in the short term, and we'll build up that cycle again.
That's true. And as Aloe mentioned, we did have 3 weeks notice. The big notice in the news, big old picture, prep, buy your shit. And, a lot of us, got resources. I had about 1,200 different resources prepped for the tier, and slowly over time, 100 here, 200 here, and just started gathering them as much as I could financially and, based on what I thought I needed for the game. I'm just hoping you're going to give us that as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm not going to name names, but like last time we curated something, a player dropped $2 million on, not $2 million, 2 million gems.
$2 million, shit!
2 million gems on energy for that event. So we understand that we can carrot it and that players will go ham for it early on. It's important to us, and we know that you guys need to build up, especially if we're going to launch a new tier and a new raid. You guys should be able to stock up and prepare for it. I don't want you guys to scramble for the first 2 days of it.
Right. Yeah, scrambling's rough. I mean, I see. Okay. So I understand from the developer's perspective, buying things full price is gorgeous and amazing. But most people, when they buy resources, we wait until Thursday or Friday, take our little paychecks, cash them out, and take that money and buy resources. Or we just save up every single sale and just gather it up and then go ham. Most of us aren't going to pay full price for resources. That's why we hope to get that 3-week warning, 2-week warning at least.
For sure. Yeah, and that's why I think 2 weeks is essential, right? Because of the way that shop rotates, you have to have that 2-week window so that you can make sure always that you're giving them the full option to purchase the one thing they want to purchase. But it feels like being too specific can be harmful as well.
Fair enough. Now, you mentioned on a few occasions in different Discords and everything about static old invasions, old expeditions being available in a town portal. Now, we know what's going to happen. You said it. I think the council will vote for it. I don't think there's going to be any feedback preventing it. The question is this. At the same time as you guys pump out new events consistently on us to use our badges, will these events potentially use a new resource or energy?
I would say that there's a significant chance that they use a new type of resource, but that resource would be significant. You would
be on par with energy.
Yeah, I would say that it's probably, you'd be able to use, what's the right word for this? You will be able to engage with this system more frequently than you do with your systems that engage with the current energy system. So zones and other things that use energy. This is sort of something that you'll be able to spam quite frequently. The only caveat there is we have to be kind of careful with how we balance things in the old content so that they don't cannibalize your want to go into new content, right? So, for example, if you could do this thing nearly endlessly all day long, you can engage with old content all day long, and the fams in there are still buff, what's your incentive to go into a new expedition other than the cosmetic? Basically it's just a cosmetic at that point.
Well, the incentive won't be the end of event reward because it's not an event essentially.
Yeah.
Well, unless you guys plan to keep this portal as an additional event. So in that case, we'll have a weekly PvP, a weekly TG, a weekly expedition or invasion, and a static. We'll call it retro TG, retro invasion expedition.
That would definitely not happen. Okay. No, it would.
So it's going to be like a static dungeon, but it would be an invasion or an expedition.
Correct, but they would still have things like mythic items in them, and they would still have things like valuable familiars and valuable fusions. So we have to be careful with how we build out things to compete with those systems. If that makes sense.
Okay, but it would still take resources.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be. And I think that it would need to take resources so that it doesn't just become another fishing type thing where you can just do it for freaking ever.
Right.
Because that doesn't create a very fun playing experience either.
Well, I agree with you on the fishing not being a very fun playing experience. But when it comes to this, my concern is always with BitHeroes. I see it. I see it happening. And unfortunately, it is a big portion of the community, and that is the free-to-play player. I see them being left behind.
Yeah.
They don't have these financial access to these resources. They don't have this way of getting them. I understand Kong has to make money. I understand if you don't show productivity, somebody else will take your job. But, I mean, how is everything going to circle back and get that free-to-play player a chance to participate, a chance to get good?
Get good. That's going. I feel like I sort of answered this a little bit ago, which was that we're looking at new ways to allow free-to-play players to catch up. How far they catch up is a topic of discussion. Obviously, they're never going to be able to compete with SSS1, but we're adding systems that have minor quality of life improvements, like the idea of turning your shard regen into mini shard baskets that you can then hoard for new content and tier releases, so that you can jump on a new content and tier just like a pay-to-win player would. But
that is a big concern, that right now you can only convert energy into live shards. Yeah. You can't bogart them for a different day. You can't log in and be like, okay, oh, look at all this energy. Let me just scoop it up and save it for another day.
Yeah, so this would allow you to, like, this small quality of life improvement would allow a free-to-play player to engage as frequently as they can in the game, so that they can convert their energy into shards and those shards into mini shard baskets. While a pay-to-win player doesn't have to engage, they can drop some cash, get the same amount of shards or more probably, and then also dump those when the new tier and raid launches. This at least allows them to engage at the same frequency when a new tier and raid launches, and brings a little bit of parity. They're like I mentioned, they're never going to get one-to-one with like our top-end players, but little quality of life improvements like that are ways that we're looking at pushing them closer. Can we do things maybe with runes that bring them a little bit closer? Can we do things with pets that bring them a little bit closer, and so on?
Fair enough. I don't know about this one. This one was brought to me last night, and I thought about asking you, and I thought about just removing it entirely. But let's go into it a little bit.
Let's do it. No guts, no glory, man.
Can we? Now, this was so it is an interesting. In principle, it's an interesting idea. Everything can be whaled in BitHeroes. Everything. And which is fine, which is the way it should be. But there has to be a way. I agree with this person. There has to be some sort of way for, in particular, schematics to be purchased with the resources from that zone. Is there any way we can do that? For example, a person farming this new area, extermination. They pick up 200 chips and they haven't gotten their term bot. Now, a term bot costs 75 to max stable. Would they be able to take 50 chips and roll all the legendary schematics for 50 chips? Just roll, not guarantee, roll all the legendaries and not the mythic, just all the legendaries for 50 chips, which the conversion, I believe, is right around 40 energy packs for those 50 chips, which is a lot of revenue for Kong in itself.
I would say that so long as the math works out, that's a completely fine system for me. The reason why I say that is not because I'm like gung-ho on you becoming a pay-to-win player, but it's because it reduces RNG, right? So
right.
You can let's say the math is that this new family that you're hunting costs $1,000 worth of RNG to get, or sorry, $1,000 worth of energy to get on average. Right. That means that you are going to get it for $20. I'm going to get it for $20,000, and somebody else is going to get it for $1,000. Like that's just the way RNG works, right?
Right.
And for me, that's a really, really bad playing experience. There needs to be some sort of variability there, but the way the system currently exists in like pure dice rolling is not the way a game that sustains players for a long time should be built. There has to be some sort of constraints. Now, how far the system constrains is really a big question. Is there a value prop that is right? Yes, I think there is. But again, it's a math equation. And we need people that are very, very talented that can pull those numbers out and kind of create the system. I feel like we have those people on our team. But we would also want to verify those things with, a player council. Because I know that some of the people that we've already seen apply for the player council are like freaking math whizzes. I've had a chance to talk to a few of them personally in the past, and for example, the guy that pulled out the stat value for the Ultra Bubgore. Remember the question we had on your stream was like 2 weeks ago? Or
Just did all the math
like,
real fast.
Yeah, we need to do 1250, and after talking with
Dark Dueler is actually a math major.
that makes absolute sense.
Yeah, he's computer science, a math double major.
Yeah. The only reason why we didn't go with this exact number was because we were arguing back and forth over the value of the reduced time. So obviously his equation was, okay, if you have this mythic Bubgore that's 250% for 7 days, if you wanted to convert it down to 12 hours, what does that number need to change to? Well, it's a 7x value, or it's a 14x value, so you need to times it by 14x or 7x, whatever it was. The difference there is that it's much more reasonable for you to play for 12 hours straight, or if you're going crazy, 12 hours straight, versus you going for 7 days straight, right? You're not going to get the full value out of a 7-day Bubgore. Nobody is. If you are, you're botting. So in order for us to get the real value of a 7-day Bubgore, we have to calculate how many hours I'm going to actually play with that 7-day Bubgore.
Now, I hate to ask, but you brought it up. So let's go ahead. You just used the word that I wasn't even going to bring up in my questions. We know it exists. We know people do it. And these are resources that are paid for. So it does not hurt Kong. What's your perspective on it?
What's my perspective on botting, sir?
Yeah, that's exactly what I asked. I just didn't want to use the word.
Yeah, so Kong's official position is that botting's bad. I agree with them to a degree. I don't think that players should bot in our game. The reason why that's the case is because for me it creates an unfair playing field. This is inherently a player versus player game to some element. There's a lot of players versus player competition, and if we require you to use external sources to be competitive, then it's a bad operating procedure for us. So if I really wanted to argue for botting, then I would be required to create a bot for you guys, and we would put it in game. I personally, as a gamer, am fine with bots. I used a bot all the time in EVE Online. I used a bot in World of Warcraft. I bought it in every game I played that was a social game. But that's because I also min-max on the side. I don't advocate for players doing that because a lot of times those things lead to scams. They lead to your accounts getting hacked, all kinds of crap like that. And for us, we want to create a safe environment for players. So we obviously cannot condone, or we cannot incentivize the use of bots. I think that if the player council came to me with a very compelling argument for better auto features, I would be 100% willing to listen to them.
There's a lot of ideas behind better features. Your team is not full, be able to bypass that in settings. I mean, they've been floated around. I'm sure you've heard already at least 30 of them. I think when we get to player council, whoever's on it, I'm sure that they have enough ideas. I mean, whoever's been playing for 5 months has a shitload of ideas as it is, just to make automation at least a little bit better. Let's talk about a topic that I really dislike, but we have to. So, I really don't like this.
Go for it, man.
It's called cosmetics. And BitHeroes has also been known as cosmetic heroes.
Yeah.
Now, will weapon cosmetics ever be universal? For example, if an axe is equipped, would a player ever have the option to display a bow, laser, staff, or sword? And what other changes? Because this is the only cosmetic question I will ask you tonight. What other changes to cosmetics are planned, or ideas? Go ahead.
Okay, so I'll answer those in two separate answers. So for the first one, the obvious reason why we don't do that is because of PvP. If we allow somebody to cosmetic an item that would otherwise allow you to change your strategy, um, that could be a potential problem. So the solution there is that if we allow your sword to look like a gun, we have to indicate to the player you're fighting that you're actually using a sword in some way, whether that's putting an icon above your head or what have you. We could find other solutions there while inside of an engagement, but I think without that solution, it's not possible. I don't think it would make for a good experience in the competitive sense. I do think it would be fine from like a self-expression viewpoint, but yeah, that's really all I have to say there. The second part of the question is what can we kind of expect from cosmetics in the future? One of my biggest drivers for the game, because it is so social, is to give you more options to be self-expressive. So we're planning on adding more cosmetics that are female friendly. Like there's a lot of male-centric design in the game.
Let's go. Help our ladies out.
Yeah, our game skews very heavily male, so it kind of makes sense to a degree, but we like super heavily underrepresenting women. And on top of that, we're also going to be adding things like player-controlled animations. So as I asked for like videos and gifs of animation bugs that players have like purposely bugged onto themselves so they can like express themselves inside their guild, we want to add legit animations that you can press a button and you can like flip somebody off, or you can do a dance or what have you.
You can flip somebody off. Nice. Doesn't that go against chat rules or something? Come on, game CEO here.
It would have to be some sort of like PC way of doing it, right?
Right.
But with that would have to be probably like new cosmetics that could go along with those animations and stuff like that. We love the animations and the cosmetics that exist in this game. It's one of the things that brings so much charm to it. So we're always looking for new ways to add kind of fun and quirky things there.
Fair enough. Let's move on from cosmetics. I'm sure we'll get lots of questions throughout Cosmetic Heroes. And by the way, we are going to open it up for questions at the end of all this. Also, I'll give it another 2 minutes on this giveaway to enter. This is Odesu, Lithris, and a 2-week temp from Dior. Go ahead, get your entry in, and we're going to get this started. And yeah, female cosmetics. But yeah, we're going to keep rattling on here. And in 2 minutes, I'm going to go ahead and get the ball rolling on these three. All right. Wait, that's the same question that I asked earlier. Where were we? Oh yeah, hard mode. So right now in World Boss, we have 3 modes, right? We got normal, hard, heroic. Normal, easy, solo for super OP, and group up if you're a little bit lower TS, and you get legs, you get mats, fantastic. Heroic, awesome. You get your big OP, you got your flak jacket, you got your soldier helmet, you got your M16, you roll in there with your boys, you know, you get on VC, it's a really interactive, fun experience, you talk a little bit of smack, you complain about dying, okay, you get your mythics, you get your set pieces. Hard mode, what the hell? I mean, you got a 25% boost, you get no sets, you get no mythics, you get no extra experience. What's up?
Yeah, that's definitely a legacy system that we're looking at improving. I think that there's definitely some balancing issues there. There's also some like reward props and uniqueness things that we can add there to make that hard mode more enjoyable to play. That's kind of like a nothing answer, but that's just because we need more time to kind of develop the answer there. I think that we are open to improving that experience.
So there is a potential of, you know, sets going in there and leaving mythics exclusively for heroic. It's
for
possible.
Sure, or it could be things like maybe the hard mode has super unique mechanics in it, and it's just like more of a challenge thing. Like, why do players play D3 right now? Is it for status? Is it for weave? Is it for what have you?
I do it for the second skill on the laser, personally. That's why I do it. Well, for me, I'm doing it. I was trying to get it as close to auto as possible. That's why I got the 10-minute clear on it. which was it was dumb, and I had to roll it so many times in order to get that 10-minute run out of this newest D3. But yeah, that's beside the point.
Yeah, I know it's kind of it's pretty RNG based, right? It's all depends on which bosses you get.
Yeah, very. This was compared to the previous D3, this has been a roll, re-roll, and re-roll D3, and that's what a lot of people have been saying, that you just gotta keep rolling it until you get what you need to clear it.
From your perspective, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
It's not a good or a bad thing, because it's complicated. And the reason why I find it so complicated is it can be a good thing. Because we've had a lot of people clear it at substantially wider TS ranges than Weave Dungeon ever was. You know, which is huge. You know, giving all these people, you know, even a chance to clear it. 5,500 is clearing it, and then you have 7,000 clearing it. And then people are still having difficulty with it. And it's just a whole community is getting together, thinking about strategies. And the beauty is, we've seen builds all over the board. This is something we never had with Weave Dungeon. We haven't had, you know, oh, you can run this, but you can also run this. You can use familiars, but you can also use all of these familiars. So many potential builds. We've seen it with healers. We've seen it with DPS. We've seen it with baits. We've seen it with tanks. We've seen it with, you name it. We've seen it with all builds. I cleared it with a Frankenstein build. You know, for God's sakes, I cleared it with Arsenal, Weave. What did I had? I think Necrosis, and I used the set axe from the new dungeon, or from Exterminate, with a DPS build, complete Frankenstein.
Yeah, I think that's actually one of the benefits of it, is that it's forcing players to be creative. Mm-hmm. I think there's still only like 28 unique player IDs that have completed it, which is still.
I was going to ask you if you could pull the count for me. I was curious.
Yeah, my work laptop's dead right now, but I could probably pull it and post it soon. I think it's in the 20s still, like 25, 28, something like that.
Yeah, but post it in the announcements on official if you don't mind. I think the community would love to know how many D3 clears we have.
Yeah, sounds good, man. You're cutting out a little bit on my side, by the way.
I have 0 drop frames on mine, so I can hear you. There's very small interruptions. It's less than a 0.5% on Discord, so
okay, cool.
It's not, everything's still coming through just fine.
Just making sure we're all good there.
Yep, totally. I watch all this stuff constantly. It's a pain. Okay, that one's we took care of that. Break down with the percentage of loss. And all right, now let's talk about APIs. Let's talk about overlays. I'm gonna read this one more or less verbatim because I don't understand it that well. Oh, never mind. I forgot. One of my mods reworded it for me. Yay! All right. So, in the future, will we be given access to combat logs or a practice location to test builds, DPS output, or damage sustained amounts? Now, we've talked about dummies, the training dummies in the guild hall. So the second part's kind of answered. But the combat logs, like my guild leader was mentioning it to me earlier, if in the world chat menu, we had world chat, guild chat, and combat logs. Just another tab.
Yeah, I think that's something that's super doable. Okay. I don't know what the exact requirement in terms of throughput we would need for that type of thing, but it seems like something that's very feasible. I just can't give like a hard date on it. Okay. I'm very pro external tools, APIs, overlays, and so on. Things like combat logs feel like a no-brainer to me. Like such a large amount of value for you guys who like to min-max everything.
Absolutely.
And that's pretty much everybody over level 100.
And you've seen our theory crafting. Well, you've seen a few of our theory crafting channels. Yeah. We have tons of them. And my guild leader is a talking spreadsheet. If you've ever talked to Lithris, that's the way you interact with a spreadsheet. And it's just like data. Running their own simulators. I mean, I think I have 3 or 4 people in Chaos who've designed their own simulators.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, so... I feel like I feel like there's part of it would be like a UI thing. Like, where do we want to put it? Do we want to put it into a chat? Do we want to put it inside of the settings menu, inside of like a folder that just dumps the raw data? Does it need to be something that you see at the end of every single dungeon encounter? Does it need to be like, how do we service this to the player is a big question. And then the second question is, what are the tech requirements there? Does this put like an unusual amount of server queries? What have you? But none of that's for me to figure out. That's for my engineers to figure out. We don't really technically. We're not supposed to figure out on the how. We are supposed to figure out the why.
I like it. That's a good response.
Yeah.
So how did before when this question came around, you mentioned that EVE Online had a system for this kind of thing, APIs and in general. What was their system, and what parts of their system do you think would work in ours?
So back when I was playing EVE Online really heavily, they had this API called Carbon. It's called Carbon REST API. It's called CREST API. Is like their shortening of it. It was fully built by them. I think since then they've created a new API. But back in the day, you could read most stats in the game. You could read some player control things, so long as the player went to their player profile and toggled access on. That included like from a alliance perspective, you could pull a person's location live in the universe, the ships that they had in each location, their friends list, their chat logs, and then at one point you could even write actions. So you could do a bit of guild management from third-party tools and so on. But we ended up using it to help populate our social networking website. So we would, after you OAuth into our network, you would have to authorize your API, and that API would pull all of your player data, pull all of your friends lists, everything basically. And we would just auto-create you profiles and friends lists and shit. Things like that could happen in BitHeroes. So it could be guild management tools if we allowed it some sort of writing. It could be things like read tools. So if somebody wanted to create a external chat that hooked into the in-game world chats, they could do that. I'm not exactly sure the full utility because obviously these are two super different games. But it would be things like that, just easy ways for you to engage. You wouldn't be able to do things probably like purchasing or anything like that, but you could definitely pull data out of the game to you on like a mobile phone or an app or what have you.
Fair enough. It seems like a cool perspective. This is completely out of my wheelhouse. I mean, the last time I used anything remotely, I think was a parser in Final Fantasy or Realm Reborn to track my damage output. I think
imagine a URL that you can ping, you can request access to, that bounces back information to you when you do that, and the URL changes, and the changes that are there are the information you request. So you request twitch.tv /Romank70, and it bounces back and it sends you that plus your location in the world, and then you can take that information and put it into an app. So we request player information on Roman, and then bounces back all of Roman's chats, and therefore you can find a way to read your chat outside of the game. The write access kind of works the opposite way. It's literally telling the URL, I want to import this thing into this database via the API.
Fair enough. It sounds interesting. I'm trying to fully get my head around it. A little bit behind on these technological things.
There's actually pretty easy to digest documentation on it and stuff like Wikipedia. If you just like Google APIs, because they're used extensively all over the world, that the people have had to write like a lot of layman's documentation.
I'll just wait for my guild leader to make something and for me to use it. Or my guild leader Dan. We have so many computer people in our guilds, in our OP communities. We've got Lithris, Dan, Oxy. We've got like people all over the place. Top 25, top 50, top 100 that are ridiculously competent in this arena.
Yep. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm eager to chat with them once they're on the council.
Definitely. I'm eager to listen.
Yeah.
When it comes to this is the big question. This is the question that I'm interested in because this is the way a game survives. You can keep old people happy as much as you want. You can keep old people around. A lot of old people stick around just to stick around. They might stop spending, but they'll stick around to stick around. But getting a new person in and keeping that new person in is really what makes a game. That statistic. Getting that person in, keeping them in, and a month or 2 months down the line, having them start spending, or even start spending in the first week if the incentive is correct. What are your plans to get that new person from 0 to say 200 or to 250? Since our enchants basically, all fully open up at 250.
Cool. Yeah. So in product management terms, that statistic is called retention. So how long a player retains from the day they install on their device and they open up the game the first time. So if you return the next day after you've installed, that's called you are a day one returned player. So if 100 people install and 50% of them show up the next day, that's a 50% D1 retention. We track that metric all the time. It's the most important metric in our game because it's the biggest indicator of how your game's going to do long term. The more people you can have coming back on like day 1, day 3, the more players you'll have on day 360. Just how the funnel flows, right?
Sure.
So it's extremely important to us. It's probably those questions and the features that solve those issues make up 60 to 70% of our roadmap right now.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, like actually, BitHeroes is one of the better monetizing games out there per player. It has a very high rate of the users that make a purchase in the game, and each of those purchases is pretty decent. So we don't really want to push there too much. What we really would rather focus on is increasing the total amount of players who play the game every single day.
I like that. So you've mentioned that. Let me see how I want to approach this. First off, let's start with the first part of this because this is really 2 parts in reference to new players. Are you planning on making earlier content easier to obtain or easier for new players to upgrade stuff that's relevant to current tier?
So I would say for the short answer is no. We're not going to make it easier to obtain. What we're going to do is make it easier to understand and more fun to engage with. So a lot of the content early on doesn't have the same humor as the content that is out at like level 100 to 200 and 300 plus. So the very first 15 minutes of game, you see Ogre, Abu, and Baddie. And those have none of the humor that Gramps does. So a large amount of people churn from our game even before they see Gramps, right? We need to improve those first 15 minutes. And how can we do that? We can make the artwork in that region more humorous, maybe more catered towards the type of people we get into our game initially. One issue is that people literally don't know what to do. Like, oh shit, I failed on flag 1 of zone 2, and I literally don't understand what I'm doing wrong. Well, they have to basically now go and read Bob's guide, and that's not a good game design. What you want really is a system that teaches players better without hand holding them too hard. One way this is usually achieved in games is like through quest systems. So one of the biggest pain points we have right now with our own playthroughs is that the bounty system just is like really, really low value, especially for elder players. But for new players, like, oh yeah, 10 mountain cuts, that's super awesome. But really that value is lost right away, especially if you churn out because you don't know what the hell you're doing. So we're probably going to rip out bounties altogether and replace it with a questing system that pushes you through pain points. So imagine your first
pushes us through pain points, but what if we're already through all the pain points?
Yeah, so this system would really be focused on it would have two different design types. One design type is for the first, let's say, 100 levels, and it's very, very focused on teaching you that when you hit a paywall, you're really supposed to go back and farm dungeon 1 so that you can get this type of familiar, get 5 of them, go stack it, and through this engagement trade-off, you don't actually have to pay, and there's actually a road for you. It's not just a, oh shit, what do I do now thing.
Right.
The second half of the design is how do we make these quests engaging for players in the midterm and the long term without them being something like daily missions. Because
I don't mind. I think daily missions are. I love them.
I think that
if they're useful for me.
I don't think they fit a quest system motif. I think they feel like a. I like AFK Arena's bounty boards. I like them a lot. I feel like daily missions in that sense, where I've put in 2 years or a year into BitHeroes, and I have like hundreds and hundreds of FAMs that are like not getting used at all. I can use them in a bounty system now that has real value to me, and the bounty system would be very specific.
This is the AFK sending out the familiars that we talked about a while back, and then having them come back with stuff. Okay.
Yeah, but the questing system motif would really be more centered towards the early user experience. Probably wouldn't do it so much later on because you guys burn through new tier content within a few weeks after it drops, and then quests would be pretty irrelevant after that. We could create new quests for a new tier, but by the time you got through Dungeon 3 or Dungeon 4, whatever it's going to be in the next tier, they would basically become pointless.
Well, for me, I haven't been around as long as a lot of people in this community. And I respect people who've been playing this game 2, 3, 4 years, however long, since beta. Some people since mobile, some people since beta. With my time frame into this game, which I started in December of last year. I'm sure you can pull that up and see that. I started December 6, 2018, and I immediately saw the holdup, the wall in front of me, and the big wall, and it said in big letters, "Ruin Fragments."
Yeah.
So I had to climb that wall, meaning watch ads every day. Every single ad available on cartridge. I don't have Kong ads because I don't know. I have some Kong Plus or something. But on cartridge, on mobile, whatever ad shows up, I watch it. I got to get that ruined fragment, like an addict's itch. I got to get it. So I finally have it. I have a max DR. I have my soul, leg soul. So I got it, but it took a long time. And we'll talk about a little bit about ruined fragments in a second here. But will those still be available in some form or fashion to get on a daily basis? At least little chunks and little bits, especially for those new players that essentially need them so bad.
We're looking at other systems in the game that we can add them to, different loot tables, things like fishing as rare items there. You have to be really careful, right? Like, it's a significant monetization point for us, so there's a trade-off. I think the key is consistency.
That word scares me.
The key is consistency for us, really. So we set expectations, and we need to maintain those expectations. If the expectation is that you can get them easier and easier over time, then we will find more new ways to inflow them.
Well, this was actually one of the questions that I extracted and I removed because I'm worried. I'm genuinely worried about the monetization of ruins outside of existing available sources.
Yeah. No, I don't think we will... you'll never be able to purchase these things inside of a bundle. You're never going to be able to buy the soul rune inside of a bundle.
Thank God. You set my heart a little bit at rest here. Because I was stressing, I don't want to bring this in front of Ken. He's going to write it down and say, Ruin Fragment monetization, $100, 100 fragments. I don't want to see that. A special bundle, once every 3-4 weeks with a few in there, that's okay. But not a straight way level.
We introduced ancient fragments to bundles, I think it was last week, as a way to sort of give players a taste of them now that we dropped the system, but our plan is not to include them every week going forward.
Well, yeah, not every... I mean, the way it is right now, I don't mind the sale pack. I personally think it'll weigh itself out in a certain sense. I think you guys throwing out all these sales will take away from Thursday and Fridays, in-game Thursday and in-game Friday, as revenue on resource packs, but it'll bring more from people who don't necessarily buy resources and only focus on the sale days. So I think you guys will get a scale effect. One will come down, one will come up. So that's what I'm expecting on your back end, which of course you're not going to tell me, which is fine.
I was going to say, I actually know how it's performing, but that's top secret, man.
And that's perfectly fine. That's what I expected as well. Let's talk about something nobody really cares about right now.
Good.
And what are you going to do about fixing it so people start fucking caring? Fishing! What are you going to do about fishing?
When we had our summit with Jupio Men's and they came down and started teaching us all the systems and stuff, a few people in the room were like, man, fishing sucks. It's like the worst system ever. And we spent like months and months in this thing. And we're like, yeah, it's kind of boring, man. But if you look at it, it's freaking beautiful. Like that island there.
Oh, it's gorgeous. Don't get me wrong. It's beautiful.
It's super fun. Like just being around there is kind of fun. But the mechanics of fishing themselves, kind of lame.
Dull as hell.
It's super lame. It's very RNG. Like you can. My wife, who plays our game, got to like level 30, and then she got like some super mythic 15-kilogram jellyfish thing.
Oh, that was your wife? All right, we got a problem. I'm just kidding.
And she won the freaking event. And
shit!
Like, not even level 100 yet. It's nuts.
You guys heard it here first. Kenkong's wife is a hacker, and she won the fishing event one of these weeks.
Yeah, so in my mind, it's an event that is meant to allow you to engage without pushing on monetization and kind of just be like this free-to-play thing that you can do on the side. But like, where's the fun in it? Is one question. Where's the strategy in it? Is another question. Where's the collection motif? Like, why don't I see all the freaking fish I've caught or like more shit? Where's the if I'm a player that really is like a collect and express player, I don't have that there. If I'm a completionist player, I don't have it there. If I'm a competitive person, there's no strategy. If I'm a whale that wants to spend $1,000 to win the event, there's nothing there. So from my perspective, we can do at least one of those things. Let's have a invest and express thing. Let's make like crap ton of cosmetics, or let's do a completionist thing. Let's add loads of fish to the game, and then give you some UI that you can see that every single fish you've collected and every single rarity.
I want a Marlin sword.
I mean, let's do it, man. A gigantic sardine that you just swing around. I'm okay with that.
Let me go get a fish out of the freezer. All right, I do need new batteries for my vape. So guys, I'll give you guys until I get back and get batteries for my vape. Get into this giveaway. We got some good people here. We got Devilside, we got Chase Star, and we got two of the most amazing main alt combos in the game. TK and Shintuke. It is the only main with an alt that has Poly. Come on. Get in on it. I'll be right back.
See you guys.
Alright, Ken, you need a break or anything?
I'm pretty good here. I will probably need a break when my wife and mother show up, but no idea when that's going to be. They'll probably be back sometime in the next, probably before 1, that's my guess. I think they started heading out from LA at like 10:30, so depending on traffic, they should be here pretty soon.
Oh, it's a pain in the butt drive, especially at night. But no, at night it's actually not bad. There's no traffic, so.
Yeah, that's the one good part, but like driving past Pendleton at 1 o'clock at night's not fun.
Fair enough. Alright, let's see, where were we at? Fishing. Alright, now this is the most simple solution to ruins. We talked about this on a previous stream, and we had both new people, old people, pay to wins, free to play. Everybody agreed. Everybody was for it. Everybody embraced it with open arms. Defensive majors. Offensive majors, splitting them. Defensive metas, offensive metas, splitting them. So it's still a similar system, but it helps new players, helps old players, helps free to play, helps pay to win. What do you think about just doing a straight split?
Yeah, I think that could be something that's doable. I think that adds a lot of value to the game. It's definitely something that if we want to lean on more, we're going to need some more design time into. But I'm I'm excited by the prospect of designing on things like that. So
'Cause you
I
guys
would
have technically
definitely,
done it. You guys have
yeah,
technically done it, but you guys did it in a little bit of a different way. It's a whole different
yeah,
area. And the
we'd have
triangles
to
are
lean more
facing different
into it.
directions, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's something that we need to lean into more. I know that we've done it in the past. It feels like we need to spend more time there. It's something that we have on our design roadmap.
Because that's huge. That right there, that little, it's seemingly small change
Mhm.
will tie together huge level gaps. You know, if a person, if a free to play wants to focus on the game, and their biggest holdup is ruins, that free to play picks a class. Okay, I want to do DPS, and they only go for DPS majors and DPS metas. That is a huge savings. It's a retention from a retention perspective, from their financial perspective, and a goal-driven perspective as well. It's just, I think it benefits everybody across everything.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about leaning further into the ability to choose roles. So one thing that players don't understand early on in the game is, I want to be a tank. What does a tank look like? Am I just going to stack stamina? Well, that's probably not the best type of tank in BitHeroes. And how would we teach the player that? Would we have like a class guru NPC who's like, hey, go do this thing and I'm going to give you some tanking gear. I'm going to teach you how to go and catch Gramps or what have you. From a rune standpoint, maybe it's like we're going to, instead of dropping random meta runes, we're going to drop random tank meta runes inside of a gacha. Things like that. I think there's a lot of room there. Something that we were trying to do with relics and ancient fragments, sorry, not fragments, runes, was that one of them was going to be DPS and one of them was going to be tank. I don't really like that idea because there's also, we're trying to push harder onto healing and stuff, so the roles needed to be more ambiguous. But I would expect more effort from us going forward over the next month or two.
All right, I'm excited. I'm excited. I've heard a lot of great things from the community. I've heard a lot of great things from you as well. So I'm keeping my ear to the ground and trying to absorb everything.
Yeah, man.
All right. Now this was from my guild leader. My guild leader made an alt account, and he got that alt account at tier 10. With the help of familiars, with the help of his friends list, he was able to do world boss of that tier, normal area, decently with just public groups. Raids he was able to do with his friends list. His big holdup was he was not able to do TG even 500 once he got to tier 10. What components? What is there in the back end? What do you guys do to figure out what number a TG will land on when that tier is unlocked?
Those things are hard coded into variables that we can tune lever wise. We basically set TS values on test accounts and go play at certain levels and see how many times we're winning or losing and failing on those levels. And generally, it's a feel thing. Going forward, beta testers will be able to help with that. We'll probably set testers to a variety of TS ranges, have them go and try out the TNG and see where they're failing. If the council and the testers feel like it needs to be tuned up or tuned down, or if it's just perfect. But really, it's a guess and test thing. There's no math that I know of that. I think there's math that informs what that value should be, but there's always tuning that needs to happen because players are, buying TS from the store and actually needs to be harder, or the gap jumped too much this tier, so it needs to be a little bit easier.
So there is. But once you guys set up the council, naturally you'll take input from beta testers as well.
Yeah, I mean we do test quite heavily currently, and Jupitermen's has tested in the past, with friends and family. So,
well, like the idea was, you take a player, you strip them, you put a static amount of an entry into a tier TS. You put full previous tier, say legs, with mix of maybe 2 epics, all maxed, of course. Maybe an epic pet, epic accessory, max leg mount, and then you throw 2 semi-relevant maxed stabled familiars with rare and epic ruins, and that player should be able to do at least the most bare minimum TG 85 to 90% of the time.
Yeah, that's literally what we do right now. So if the miss is there, that means that it wasn't done probably enough last time. I mean, I think a large portion of that is again a 2-man team, right? Like, there is an immense amount of work that goes into new tiers and new raids. We're a 30-man studio, and we're struggling with the load right now. It's something that we are going to optimize going forward with new systems. We're going to be building out smarter systems for pushing new tiers and new raids. But it's very time consuming. I mean, these guys spent months at a time designing, putting out the art, tuning, and so on. And you can see in some things in the game the struggle there. They've done a phenomenal job with this game, like an extremely phenomenal job with this game. But I think the game will benefit from a larger team going forward, and we'll have more time to QA and more time to test and more time to tune things.
Fair enough. Now, we're stepping away from this a little bit. My questions didn't get as organized as I would have liked them to, but it is what it is. Now, GVG currently has a sudden death mode for when teams aren't able to kill each other. This situation can also happen in World Boss. For example, I went into Orlag 9HC today, just for shits and kicks, and I got the blue dude, and I sat there for 15 minutes, and it timed out. Are there any plans to add sudden death to more content other than GVG?
It's a hard question. So the answer is, the answer is plans do not exist, but plans can be created. So there's just so much shit that we have to do in the game. There's so many things on the roadmap that like we just haven't added it to the roadmap, right? But like, can we put it in places? Of course. Does it need to be changed in its current design? Maybe. Where does that fit into our other priorities? Like, if you had to choose, would you rather us focus on that for a week or focus on getting more players into the game? That type of thing.
Well, more players. The game survives longer. You guys are happier. More money coming in. More people get paid. Bigger team potentially.
Exactly. And with that bigger team, maybe we can bring on more of the options more quickly, and we don't have to make those trade-offs. We don't have to prioritize as hard.
Okay. Now, this question was brought up in All Stars earlier today. I understand technically somewhat what it means, but if you want to expunge on it, you can. It might be a quick question. Super easy to answer. Has there been things and stuffs put in place to prevent integer overflow?
Yes.
Okay. There you go. Nice and easy. All right, we already did that. All right, we have 3 final sections we're gonna hit. I know we missed a lot of questions. Save your questions to the end. We're gonna do a giveaway, and we're gonna start on one of our final 3 sections, and then we'll do our open question section, where we're gonna try to hit every one of your questions up to Ken's available time, and then we'll go from there. All right, last giveaway. Second to last giveaway. This giveaway is going to be Tormi and Hyote temp spot for 2 weeks, as well as an aloe vera spot. All right, let's do our first block of questions. First of the last blocks of questions here. It's guild questions. All right, when it comes to guild questions, when are we looking at potentially getting more guild buck stuff added?
Very soon. So right now, our art team is working on the new zone and new raid.
Hmm.
That art team just doubled in size literally this week. What things that we're planning on doing with the extra capacity is like extra cosmetics, extra more frequent familiars and fusions and expeditions and invasions, more frequent gear drops. So instead of just saying, hey, we're pushing 2 mythics with this new invasion, we're going to push 10. And then another thing would be like more content for GVG. So more things for like your guild hall. People have been requesting that fishing zone inside there. I know.
Well, that might be the GVG reward coming up for this future GVD. We don't know.
Yeah,
Anything
maybe
can
we'll
happen.
see. But obviously, even from an art capacity, we have to prioritize things. I feel like there's a lot of value in adding things into GVG, so I have very strong arguments for doing that. I would say probably not this next GVG that comes up, but the one after that will have a big amount of guild versus guild items added to it.
And including maybe a leg pad accessory from Guild Honor?
Potentially. So we have one of the things that we've highlighted as the biggest needs for improvement is guild rewards, like guild shop purchases. They're pretty limited right now, and we feel like there's a lot of room for improvement. We're not so worried of guilds like Chaos or GG or any of the others to go and just instantly buy things from it because you guys already have basically things that would outclass them anyways. What we would really be wanting to do is make sure that some of the new guilds, like newbie guilds, have some value there. If you guys add a ledge pet inside of there, um, would it potentially break that person's incentive to keep on pushing? I don't think so. We just have to find the right tuning. I do think there's a lot of cosmetic things we can add there. There's a lot of functionality we can add there. So
What about honor conversion, potentially? We're talking like tokens that still are not there up to now. Ruin shards, augment mats. What's the thinking on that? On adding actual useful stuff to convert honor to, other than straight resources? That's what most of us do right now. I go in there and I just get energy.
I think, as you can imagine, it's not the term is not like sensitive subject, but it is something that we have to be highly critical of in terms of implementation, because we can break our monetization by doing that. One thing you'll notice if you pay attention to the bundles in the store is that we hardly ever sell PvP tickets. And that's because they drive no value, because you guys can get them in GB through your guild very, very easily. You can purchase them in a lot of different ways. And
well, most people don't do that. I mean,
you'd be surprised. Honestly, you'd be surprised.
That's really bizarre. I mean, who convert? Okay, in my stream, every streamer is different. But in my stream, I don't talk smack on other players. It's one of the things I don't do. But most experienced players typically convert it into energy.
Yeah.
Typically. I think you guys see that because I'm sure you have. Since this has nothing to do with monetization. Can you tell me more or less what are the statistics of guild honor conversion?
Probably not without verifying first that I can. Okay. So let's put a pin in it, and I can ask some people, and then maybe get back to you on it.
Yeah, I mean I realize it could have been one of those questions. That's fine. I'm just curious. Let's move on to friend spot questions. Now, we talked about this a few times. Increase in friend spots. What's the perspective on it from the dev standpoint?
So we are pro it. We are pro doing it the right way, though, which means one suggestion that was put forward by the community is different types of friend slots. So a friend slot that, let's say a list of N people that you can use for boosting yourself, a list of N people that you can boost, and then a list of N people that you are just genuine friends with and you don't care about boosting.
So a three-part friends list. I like it.
But potentially, or more, like maybe fourth one that's like, these are all the rookies that I'm trying to help out. And that's like a whole new system of...
So a mentor system. That's another part of my question there.
Yeah,
So
mentor system. My boss's boss is very bullish on mentor systems in general on BitHeroes. I don't know if you guys have played like strategy games extensively on mobile, but one of the worst companies in the world, in my opinion, Machine Zone. They are extremely data driven. They know exactly how to get every single penny out of you. They know how to get you to stay for 5 years playing a freaking terrible game. And if you load up Mobile Strike right now, the very first thing they do before you do anything else, before you name yourself, is add a friend, is join a guild. It's like social, 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 because that's what gets you to retain.
it's
So,
genius. That's what got me to retain. I mean, Melon Picker, Garons, Rev Me Up, they were all within my first 2 weeks.
yep. And if you abstract back from that and say, hey, we don't need to be this shitty company that Machine Zone is. Well, by the way, I want to preface that with this is my own opinion and it's not the opinion of Concrete.
This guy, I was about to say, wow, it is 12:30. Let's give Ken a break. Ignore these comments.
Yeah, I just personally have a big beef with the way that Machine Zone is operated. I don't think that that's the opinion of congregates, so that's personally just my opinion. Stepping back, those learnings are very valuable, though. They are genuine psychological motivators, which a large part of my job is trying to understand the psychology of players, the psychology of fun, the psychology of like genuine interactions. And I feel like, hey, join this guild is not a genuine interaction. The thing that is more genuine is, hey, I am incentivized to help you as a mentor. And I want to be there for you when things get rough, and I want to teach you how to play this game, and you will organically grow relationships with people that way. So mentor systems for me are way better than, hey, join this guild, the first thing you see when you join the game.
I don't mind both, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, given the opportunity to add both, you probably would. Give me a second. I'm gonna have to check something super quick. I'll be right back.
You're good.
All right, give me 2 minutes.
No, you're fine. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and start the giveaway. Exclamation point, play to participate. Is everyone having a good time? I know we've gotten really deep into these questions, and we've been hitting it hard for a while, and I haven't been focusing on my people. But, yeah, it's we're covering a lot of content, and just trying to just get through everything, and just get that paddle in the water, and just cover as much as we can. I'm trying. But yeah, we're getting through it as best we can, and we're almost done. After friend spots, we have disconnect issues. Once we get through disconnect issues, I promise I will open this up to the floor so everybody can have their question answered, as many as we can do. Thank you for the biddy. Appreciate that. But yeah, we're so close. The best we can. Nice, Lackey. Thanks, Aloe. Oh. But yeah, it's fun.
Right, I'm back. My mother-in-law and wife just showed up, so I just needed to say hey.
Welcome back. All right, let's start this.
Cool.
This second to last marble roll here. Thanks, Blubs, for the biddies. All right, so mentor system. It's on the docket. We have a lot of ideas there. What kind of potential rewards could we see with a mentor system?
It's really kind of hard to answer that right now because we haven't done the legwork, and it's a system that could be very easily abused. So the legwork needs to be done. Any item that exists in game could be a reward. I would just leave it at that. But the mounts, the quantities, how you get them, those are the nuances that would need to be worked out. We wouldn't want this to be a thing where you could go create 50 alts and then just farm energy that way.
Right.
There'd have to be some like long-term payout there. We'd have to build systems to determine if it's genuine relationships. We probably would also we would probably incentivize it differently depending on what the end result is. So does this player stick around until level 100, or does this player stick around to level 300? does this person engage with the systems that we want to engage with them with through your tutelage, that type of thing. But it is not. This is out of all the questions you've asked, this is the one with the most edge cases and the most complexity. And I know this is sort of like a nothing answer, but it has to be really. This is something that we could literally talk about for months and still potentially get wrong. So
I can imagine. Oh, that all makes complete sense, because it is something that is potentially so abusable. So
yeah,
I appreciate that, and I appreciate that answer. Now, here's another question. This one's completely the opposite of the spectrum, but it is having to do with friend spots. Okay. Some of us get into the game, and we're into it. We're grinding hours and hours and getting angry and just looking at it and just trying to get whatever we're grinding for. That last mythic for Starweave, last mythic for D3, that set piece to complete our set, whatever it is. Will there be an option in settings to disable all direct messages, even from friends? Because sometimes, we just want to play without any distractions.
Yeah, I don't know the reason why that. So if there isn't a reason, I could totally add it. I have to ping Jupiter Men's to see if there's like a security or tech reason, but I don't feel like there is. So at the offset, I would say, yeah, let's do it.
I like it. Last but not least, disconnect issues.
Mm-hmm.
We've had issues with mobile disconnects. What are we doing to address issues just from the mobile perspective?
Yeah, so part of our Unity port will be looking at different ways we can support somewhat of offline through calculations that would have to be done and verified after the device comes back. We probably add some sort of delay timer there. It wouldn't be like you'd be able to do full offline mode. It'd probably be like instead of disconnecting you the second your internet drops, waiting like 10 seconds and then verifying. But obviously, I mean, our game is very server authoritative. So, I mean, that prevents players from cheating in any way. And that means that calculations have to be done on the back end and verified on the back end. And that's not a trivial task. But as part of the Unity port, it's something that'll probably get rolled up in there.
And before we move on, I know nothing about the difference between Flash and Unity and all that crap. I had this question messaged to me about an hour before stream. Ask Ken about the Unity port. Tell him to tell us more about it. What is it going to do to our gameplay? Since I don't know crap about Unity, tell me what it will do to our overall gameplay.
Okay, I think so I actually asked this question to my senior director of engineering 2 days ago, because I wanted to be able to give you guys a better answer. His answer, it's not a nothing answer, it's a TBD answer, is that what we can expect as players largely depends on the way it's implemented. It could increase your device's performance, or it could decrease your device's performance depending on its implementation. It could use things like HTML5 instead of Flash. It could maintain using Flash. There's a lot of different avenues for us going forward. From a product perspective, the product team doesn't worry about how to do something. They're worried about why to do something. So we rely on the engineers to make the right calls there, so long as it doesn't have metric impacts for us. The reason why we're moving is because it allows us as sort of congregate's SWAT team to have more control over code. The game's currently coded in ActionScript, and that's like a super old archaic language that nobody in like 5 people in California know how to code.
Oh wow!
And I mean, that's obviously like a super exaggeration.
Right.
Not too many modern engineers even use it. And Unity obviously is just a full-fledged engine program now that everybody in the world knows how to use. It has much more flexible UI. ActionScript is very, very restrictive. Flash is also no longer supported, so there's a big benefit to us moving away from it. There was actually going to be sort of like this Flash apocalypse that was going to happen. Both of the stores, so the App Store and the Google Play Store, said that all apps have to be updated to 64-bit, and there was no Flash support for it. So, like literally, like a million games are going to get booted from the store in August. But finally, they gave us 2 more years to update, and the current developers have said that they were going to find a fix. But in that 2-year window, we're moving. So we're going to figure out something else. We're going to probably go to HTML5 or something like that. We're using Unity because, again, it gives flexibility. I can't give you an answer on whether or not it's going to be better on your device or worse on your device, but our hope, obviously, is that it's better. It really depends on the implementation. And yeah, I would expect us to be able to do a lot more once we're in Unity. The only difference, and I'll say this, is the only difference is that when we push new builds, you will have to re-download from the server, from the source, versus right now where it's just done behind the scenes.
Fair enough. Now, let's get back to the disconnect issue. I had to address that because I would have forgotten it. So, get back to the topic at hand, disconnect issues. We have issues with the rejoin battle when disconnected. So, for example, let's do a 3-person fight. Myself, Fifnar, and Choosy Goblin, for example, are in an exterminate battle. And Fifnar goes through a tunnel. Oh, shit! He just got disconnected. At that point, his game freezes. We're all stuck in that world boss right now, and we can do nothing. What is being done to fix that?
Yeah, so we've talked a lot about world boss and the pains there. It is the worst performing feature in our game, largely due to the social constraints of having to form a team, and largely due to the pain points of having to rely on people while you're inside of it. Like, not one thing we're looking at is like auto by default. You'd have to manually turn auto off. The other thing would be auto when DC'd. So you DC and your game stalls. During that time frame, the server would check to see if you're connected, and if you drop for whatever reason, it would turn on auto for you, and your character would simulate auto, just like it does now.
Would you be able to keep the rewards if your team finishes the battle when you get defaulted to auto, even after you disconnect?
I would say that if you're still in there, yes, you would. You'd still have to manually get yourself into it, and
so if you don't regain your spot in that world boss group before they kill the boss, would the rewards go kaput?
If you're kicked from there somehow, then probably not. If you are maintain your spot in there, then yes, you'd get the reward.
So Fifnar exits the tunnel. He gets back in. His group has already cleared the world boss, but he's able to get back into the lobby. Would he get the rewards for their clear?
If he's not there for the duration of the completion screen, probably not. Like when the screen procs on your device or whatever, what have you, and you're not there, you will not get the rewards.
Okay, so he has to get back in before they kill the boss.
Basically, yeah.
Fair enough. No, I mean that's a reasonable answer. When it comes to and then let's scoot this on from World Boss to Raids, Trials, and Gauntlet. If there's a force close or an internet lapse, can we get back in? Is it going to work through everything? It'll switch over to auto, and if we're able to regain connection, we can continue. Potentially.
That's a hard one, really. The issue there is, can you abuse this in a way? If you can abuse this, then no. If you can't, then yes, I have no problem with it. But I'd have to ask my engineers how this is abusable.
Okay, because right now it happens. You know, we go. Yeah. You know, I've done the road trip many times from Las Vegas to San Diego, and there are mountainous areas where I lose connection for a few seconds, and then I go back in, and my 5 tokens are kaput.
Yeah, it's a feels bad moment. I definitely get that. I sympathize with that. The only thing I could see there to potentially alleviate that pain point is, instead of rewarding you with rewards, would be to refund you your energy to do that. your tokens for Trials and Gauntlet.
Okay, so that could be a potential option.
Yeah.
Next up is the current World Boss regroup issue, also known as bugged lobbies. Are you familiar with it?
I feel like you guys have explained it to me in the past, but if you could refresh, that'd be
Sure.
awesome.
We're in a World Boss. We clear it. Everybody gets the rewards. Everybody tries to rejoin, but Fifnar gets a bugged lobby. Roman and Choosy rejoin, and we're like, where did Fifnar go? And Fifnar's like, where is everybody? Essentially, it somehow separates him. He tries to exit. He can't even press the X in the corner to get out of World Boss. The only way for him to get out is to refresh the entire client.
Okay.
And after refreshing the client, he can be re-invited back into the group.
Yeah, so that just sounds like a hard bug to me. We definitely should have that on a bug roadmap, and which, by the way, we're building out again. There didn't exist one. We took over the game, so we have 0 bug backlogs. We're currently building that out. If you guys find other bugs like that, please do submit them to us via CS tickets. We will catalog them. We're also hoping to find those on our end so we don't rely on you guys for having to find those things for us.
And Ken will personally send each of you 4.5 gems for every bug. 4.5, exactly.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. That'd be awesome. Half gem?
Half gem.
Do it. Let's do it. 5-star gems now, man. You've got me on the 5-star kick.
Oh, let's get this Brave Frontier crap away from here. No stars. don't you dare even. If I see stars in this game, I'm quitting that day. I guarantee it. No questions asked. Don't Brave Frontier me. Don't Brave Frontier me. All right, guys. So right now we're gonna open it up for question and answer. How it's gonna work. We will not be answering questions that have been asked in the past during this interview. All right. So ask your question. If it's been addressed, it will not be answered, and we will move on. I'm gonna read the questions off the comments, and Ken will do his best to answer them.
Sounds good.
Okay. Fifnar's first question is: how firm is 6 council members? We don't have 6 council members. We have much more.
Yeah. So the council member list is 20 people. The meta specialist and beta testers will comprise 16 or 14 positions there, and the other 6 will be filled with community advocates. All 20 of those players will be able to sort of express their opinion. I'm not exactly sure of how meetings will be formed right now. Probably not going to be like a vote yes, vote no thing, because at the end of the day, we still have to be able to defend these things to like see staff members and stuff like that. It's more of like, you guys, we have now 20 consigliaries, and if we can't get a unified opinion off of them, we have presidents, vice president, and secretary we can fall back onto and get their sort of unified opinion from. Those 3 council members will be voted on and approved by the whole council. So let's say Roman and 19 other people are on there, and they all vote for Roman to be president. If the council can't come to a unified decision, the Roman would be the one responsible for saying you should do this. And then we would try to impact a roadmap with his opinion.
Fair enough. DD's got the next question. With the changes to DPS, damage increase, and the current damage calculations, will there be a chance for damage reduction to no longer be capped at 75%?
It's a crazy way to, like, yes and no. So, like, there's a chance because math checks out. Technically, 75% can creep towards 100 as stats creep up. But I need to understand the value of doing that. Like, obviously, yeah, you're going to be able to chunk away more health when you have more damage, and you're going to have to add more stamina to compensate there. But, the equivalent of 75% now might creep up to 80% in 10 years time. So we'll see. Yes and no. Sorry.
No worries.
Can't give a better answer to that.
DJ Black's asking, will there be better guild management tools introduced? I'm guessing that's tracking.
Yeah, so this is one of the first comments actually I read when I was trying to dig into suggestions, and it's one that I've actually seen consistently throughout, which is that guild management's hard. So like guild invite management, application management, kicking management, all of that's not super user friendly. So back onto Roman's question earlier about APIs and stuff, it's safe to say that we're looking at ways to improve those user experiences, whether or not that's just like straight up buttons or tools or functionality built into the client, or it's APIs that we can allow the users to build backend tools for. That's TBD still, but we are definitely prioritizing it.
All right, let's move on to Dan's question. Can we make leveling matter? Basically,
Yeah.
levels don't really have an impact in BitHeroes right now, in general.
Yeah, so there are a lot.
I'm going to use the restroom real quick. I'll let you take off on that one.
Yeah, no worries. There are a lot of different RPG examples of how levels matter. A lot of times they work as gates. So in a way, they somewhat matter in BitHeroes. For example, you need to get to level 250 to unlock all your enchant slots. We could add, another 50 enchant slots if we wanted to, and just keep on unlocking them, one each every 50 levels. We could do things like skills that unlock. We could do things like, you have different types of runes unlock at different level points. We have different types of systems unlock at different level points. Like one way that it currently matters is energy regen caps, so on. But the real question, I think, is what are the right ways to make it matter, not can we make it matter. So one thing I would ask you guys, the community, is can you guys start providing us ways you think you could make it matter? What are your favorite systems that you guys have seen out in other RPG games that fit the BitHeroes simple motif, but also allow us to make levels matter?
All right. You had a chance to answer it?
Yeah, we're good.
All right. Let's move on. Hilty's asking, will there ever... that's a weird way of... Okay. Well, it's not proper English, but it'll make sense, I think. Will there ever been accessory pets available from raid or other related content? So I guess droppable accessories or pets.
From a game design perspective, how the game is currently designed to operate financially, it's a bad thing to do. If we were to do it, we would have to make up for it in another way. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying, so I'm going to try to clear that up a little bit. They are pillars to monetization in our game. If we allow or weaken those pillars, if we allow players to get them another way, or weaken those pillars at all, our game has potential for catastrophic failure financially, and we would need to find smart ways to counteract, to balance that out.
I don't think it's a good idea, personally.
Yeah, I think the negatives outweigh the benefits there, especially in terms of churning players who invest a lot. Like, there are players who spent a significant amount of money in our game. We value them. We value also free-to-play players, but we would not, I would not tell a person who just went and bought a Ferrari that their Ferrari is useless and that $100 grand is just down the drain the next day. That would be like super shitty, right?
I appreciate that. I haven't quite bought a Ferrari in BitHeroes, but I can probably like a low-end Lexus or Mercedes.
Yeah, for sure. No, I mean, there's often like, it doesn't even have to be like Ferrari amount of money. It could be like somebody who's dropped money on 5 IAP bundles. Doing something like that could potentially tell him that, hey, all those bundles that he just purchased, are basically no value anymore either. That's kind of that is literally what Machine Zone did to its player base when they stat creeped IAPs. So like Machine Zone back in the day, like 5 years ago, you could buy these IAPs that would give you time reductions on your buildings and be like, hey, buy this thing, your building now builds 1 day faster. If you go into that same game now, you'll see an IP that's like, your building now builds 10 bajillion days faster. And as a payer, you're like, what the fuck? Like, so all those things I purchased before are now useless, and everything now is like a must-have, must-buy, and it feels really, really crappy because all the money you spent before is worth less and less and less.
Fair enough. Well, let's move on here. Meteor66 is asking, will we see sets and or mythics that focus on familiars, such as Beastmaster build? Give me 1 second. I want to respond to this real fast. The new Poly Laser interacts really well with the new mythic from Extermination. Both the Poly Mythic, the Poly Ancient, and the Mythic from Extermination have a second skill that does no damage. In a way, the Laser and that Familiar interact very well. But go ahead and go off on that question.
Can you ask the question again?
Will we see sets and or mythics that focus on fams such as Beastmaster build?
Yeah, I feel like there's going to be a lot of room adding abilities that are like that in the future. That question that answer is sort of a blanket statement across the board. We will be adding a lot of new abilities over the next couple months. Some of them will be great, some of them will be shit, and we're kind of just relying on you guys to point us the right direction when we relaunch some bad ones. It's going to happen. I mean, like, we're not perfect devs. We have a lot of years experience, but there's a lot of subtle nuances in this game, so we have to be careful.
Skipping a couple questions here, just based on the content. Okay, so how do you feel about more duck cosmetics? Have you accepted Sir Quackers as your lord and savior?
I don't know about ducks, man. I'm really strong onto the potatoes and stuff, so I might get a few potato.
I like potatoes. My wife's Chinese, so I eat duck a lot.
maybe a gigantic Tobert cosmetic. You know, like they have like that big blob cosmetic.
Big toe on you.
Gigantic toe. Yeah. I know. In order to appease some members of our community, we have to add K-pop cosmetics to our game, or we're going to get in really big trouble. So
Nova. Sure. Oh yeah. Garons is asking about the offline timer bug. Are you familiar with it?
Sorry, you cut out a bunch there. Could you ask again?
The offline timer bug.
Yeah. So I'm a little bit more familiar with this one. The answer, I think I brought this up to our engineer. Actually, brought it up to Jubiaman's engineer. That's a known bug. It's on the bug list already. Mm-hmm. The timer thing, it's really strange, right? So like it's counting from the time you log in and not the time you log out, right?
Exactly.
And yeah. He didn't know why that was happening, and it was something that our engineers were just going to dig in deeper to, but there's like some really strange interconnected things there that are impacting it. So TBD, it's in progress.
Fair enough. Meteor is asking, will we see unused or new archetypes for pets? Example being a new buyable shop pet for attack team, which is currently only accessible via mystery pet reward events.
So one part of the answer is that mystery events will still maintain some form of exclusivity going forward. And the second answer there is that I would expect some of those abilities to be brought out into shops over time. But when we do that, we'll continue adding new things to the mystery event to make them also still extremely compelling. Mystery pets are probably our #1 performing event type right now.
Really?
Yeah, people chase after Pumpkin like crazy, man.
I've only gotten 1 out of 11, so I still have 10 more to clear out. But it was a 5.5 million point event. It's not cheap. Yeah. I can probably do 1 or 2 a tier.
Yeah,
that's it.
So nobody asked this question, and that's kind of nice because I haven't brought it up yet, and it's something I'm going to end up bringing up to the council. So I hope you don't mind me asking you a question.
Go ahead.
One thing that has existed in a lot of other games that are doing really well in terms of bringing value to events is this concept of 2 leaderboard types. So one leaderboard type is the global leaderboard, and which exists in its current state today, where you have 50,000 people, what have you.
Okay.
And the top 2 players have really great rewards. And then there's a second leaderboard type that's called the industry term is called sharded leaderboards. So think of a shard, a server shard, or an instanced leaderboard, in which it connects you with, let's say, 50 people, and you compete with those 50 people only for the duration of the event. And then rewards within there are obviously scaled down, so you're not getting like a legendary reward for your first place, but it's still compelling enough for a player when they're young into the game to push, because as a new player currently in the game, I have less incentive to go and engage in the event, because somebody who is level 600 and has 5,800 TS and 10 trillion shard baskets is always going to win. I can, as a level 1 player, I can spend $1 million on day 1 and I will still not win that event, because my TS is not high enough. And because my TS is not high enough, I cannot get to like wave 80, and I cannot farm 80 over and over and over like the top end players. So I'm disincentivized from engaging until I get there. It doesn't have to be like $1 million player. It could be a free-to-play player too. They're, in their mind, first place is just so far away. So my question
should be.
It should be, but it should also be that they feel some enjoyment out of competing. Right now, it feels like I'm in the event, so I'm participating in the event, but I'm not competing in the event, if that makes sense. Like, I don't feel like there's this side event for me to compete against my friends, because there's no variation in reward. There's no variation in status. You only get that at the very, very top echelons of the game. And generally, when these two systems are put into a game, they exist side by side. So it's not like you would remove one for the other. It's like, can we add charter leaderboards beside global leaderboards? And would that add value to the player experience at all levels?
So you're meaning... So, for example, a mini leaderboard within 250 TS of your current position at start of the. So, for example, within 250 TS of where. So I think I'm 5,800 something right now. It'd be 250 plus or minus of me, and it'd be a side event reward. Next to the main.
The right way to think about it is like side rewards. It's kind of like how points exist now.
So potentially, I can get first in that 250 TS plus 250 TS minus side reward.
Yeah, and potentially you could have like a little bit of better value than just like getting 50,000th place in the global leaderboard. The one subtle difference there that is usually done in mobile games is that it's not done by something like TS. It's done by where you placed in the last tier. So the last event. Imagine that each one of these shards has a tier associated to it, like 1 to 10. Everybody starts off at tier 1, an event. The next time the event happens, you will either be in tier 1 again, or you'll be in tier 2. The way you get to tier 2 is by placing in the top 10 players of that last event. And you can climb all the way up to tier 10 by getting in the top 10 players over and over and over. So naturally, over time, you'll sort into sort of this band associated towards your TS and your engagement and your like behavior. So
I don't see this working in BitHeroes, and let me tell you why.
Okay.
Every event that we have has a specific reward, and we decide we want to push for this, or no, we'll go 250, 500, 1,000. We don't care. It's not worth it. For example, in this event. The PvP ruin you guys made and put in the PvP event is gonna be meta. Clearly, obviously, it's incredible. And it'll be relevant for tiers and tiers to come because of what it is. It's obvious. But for the TG, the TG one is good, but most of us are already capped on DR at a certain level. So, is it worth it so much for us to push over there? Probably not. For me, I'm probably going to craft it later on, so I'll probably do 50, 75, 75. You throw in a Gale next week. Gale, I might go for 1-2. But this week, I'll go for 250. The following week, you throw a soul in there. I already have a leg soul, so I'll go for 500. I don't see the way you're proposing it. I don't see the same people pushing in a certain block every week after week, like they would in another game.
Yeah.
You know,
so
what I see potential that this game needs is a larger field, expanding that. Only 1 and 2 get that big, beautiful reward, but say 1, 2, 3, and maybe even 4. And instead of top 25, maybe top 30 for the next year. And instead of top 50, maybe top 75. And just opening it up a little bit bigger. Maybe not a whole lot, but just opening it up. Go ahead.
My solve there is that if our game had 20 times the amount of useful items that it does right now, we can add more carrots, as we call them, like chase items, what have you, to these tiered groups. And another nuance of tiers is that if you don't perform for a week, you bump down. So not only do you go up over time, but you go down over time due to poor performance. And if there are still good rewards at tier 10, you're going to be incentivized each week to come back and maintain your tier, so that at some point, if we add a really cool reward that's there, but it's still not a legendary rune, maybe it's something else that you're really, really hunting after, like, I don't know, something else, whatever, what have you. It's really about, can we add value to those secondary leaderboards without cannibalizing value from the first leaderboard, right?
It sounds like you're trying to cannibalize my wallet, to be honest with you.
No, definitely. This is a leaderboard system that also encourages engagement. So I'm not going to hide anything there. Like, this is something that we look at for through 2 lenses. The first lens is that it should increase a player's enjoyment and need and want to engage with an event. Like, if competition feels more relevant to me, I'm probably going to enjoy it more. But from a business perspective, if engagement is more important to me, I'm going to pay for it if I need to. So I'm not going to lie to you guys about. For us, it's better to be honest and straightforward with you guys. We're not doing it purely from a money grab perspective. I very much care about how players react to systems like this. So for me, it's a balance. Like, how much energy would be required to maintain, like, whatever top tier there is.
So my perspective on this, I'm going to add to that. I'm sorry, I have to interrupt. I can't hold myself back on this one, because I played Unison League, and there was something along these lines in it. Whenever there's a paid resource, this won't work. If there wasn't a paid resource, I can see it. But it's not an incentive. You're incentivizing to it'll work if it's a free resource, and it's a time investment. Time and gear investment, sure, but it's not a free resource. You're expecting us to wail week after week after week.
Yeah, I get that now. So one of the reasons why I brought up the question was if you guys could find edge cases like that. That edge case is a pretty strong edge case, and that's actually a pretty good argument against it. The games and the systems that I'm thinking of as references for this are not energy-based games. So that's a very valid point. It's something that if we were to implement the system, we would have to figure out a solve there that doesn't currently exist. So thank you for that.
Sure. Let's get back to everybody else's questions. We got sidetracked really, really far, and I got passionate because I just felt my wallet bleeding.
No worries, man. Yeah, I mean, I'm not here to honestly, I'm not here to screw anybody.
You're fine. Kurako, by the way, is my first real guild leader. I've spent 2 years trying to get a leg offensive accessory. You said you were going to implement a mercy. Could you explain how that would work?
So I think mercy systems can operate in a lot of different ways. One way is like you do end pulls, and after end pulls, your drop rates on specific items increase. Sometimes it goes from 10% to 100%. Sometimes it goes from 10% to 15%. And there's a lot of subtleties inside of the mercy system. So what we'll be doing is proposing 3 different ideas. The first is after end pulls, you will have a new item given to you. That new item has a much smaller drop pool, it'll be, let's say, only legendaries can drop from it. And the reason for that is because there are numbers at play here, right? So if I'm a new player and I want to pull was Dumglin, I don't know how to pronounce it properly. The chances that I pull him are not super high unless I'm buying a specific box and it's only got him in it, right? So the request here would be, at some point, maybe we give you a box that only drops legendary pets. He's one of the ones inside of there, and you have much higher chances of getting him because you basically would have even odds depending on the legendaries that are in there. So that's like one system. One system is you, after n pulls, you have a percentage, or so you're giving a new item, and that new item only gives you defensive legendary pets. So it's a little bit more better odds for you if you're going after a specific type. Another option would be for us to give you one legendary boxes with only specific types of abilities. So like if you're going after things that help you with healing or things that help you with damage reduction, what have you, or block, we can, that's similar to like the tank motif versus DPS motif, so on, but it's a subtle difference. And the third system, I think, was that we would straight up let you pick it. Each one of those, the balancing on each one of those would be different, right? So if we straight up let you pick it, the number of pulls would have to be higher than if we gave you a box that just was all legendary pets. And somewhere in the middle there is a box that is only defensive pets that are legendary. But that said, the biggest question for us to figure out from a design perspective is how do we compensate players who have spent incredible sums of money trying to get a pet? Like, I don't want to make those people feel bad either. They're like, oh my God, I spent $15,000 trying to get a freaking Dumklin,
I don't want to discuss. I don't want to talk about it. My bleeding point was trophy. I'm sure you can find that on your records. So Lackey asked, in the future, can I set my game to English but can still chat with my German pals in world chat?
So those chat servers actually exist. Let's see. Yes. So the simple answer is yes, you can. We would just have to kind of swap up UI and then configurations. The weird thing there is that we would probably still have to default you into your device language, and then you'd have to manually swap over later on. But yeah, I don't see an issue there.
Chat lobby while in World Boss for World Boss team ?
Okay, they want their own chat. Yeah, that sounds doable too. So like one of the things that we've been talking about is just different chat integrations in general. I mean, there's like a lot of different things on the table. I mean, there's a lot of different tech being built up around chat. And like, what happens if we wanted to integrate Discord into BitHeroes? Or what happens if we wanted to use a completely different chat system, a rich chat system that had, one-on-one combos with people that are easier that live inside of there, or group chats. You can custom create a group chat, or it's you and 5 friends on a specific topic, or things like that. Chat is one of the things that we're looking at. We'll just leave it at that.
Shadow Dweller's got an interesting one. I don't think it'll ever happen, and I don't think it needs to happen. But he still asked it, and you can give me your perspective on it. Will gem gifting possibly be a thing? Because this could possibly encourage more gem purchases to help friends. Go ahead.
I would say that if you want to gift somebody a gem, just PayPal
them. That's my perspective as well.
We don't anticipate any form of trading with any items that currently exist in the game. That's a blanket statement that's existed since Jupiterman's operated the game. The caveat there being with things that currently exist in the game. One of the things that we've talked about is maybe trading for like the new mini card game. Just kind of fits the motif there, and because it's a system that lives outside of the current like stats and stuff, and wouldn't really impact your stats at all, it could be something we could do.
Now, I only have one account, which I'm sure you know, based on my IP address. Is there a lot of people ask this question, and I can understand if you're running multiple accounts. It makes sense. BH Shizuka-san is asking, is there going to be a way to manage 2 accounts on mobile?
I don't think we have any plans for that right now. I don't see. I don't know how we would get that done. If it's something that you guys feel would add a lot of value to your playing experience, I would suggest that you come up with an idea in terms of like design and put it in the dev suggestions chat on any of the discords, because I follow all of them. It doesn't have to be the new one. And I'll take a look at it and I'll run it by my team, see what they have to say about it.
Barber, I'm not reading that IGN or the Twitch name. Will there be an option to change your name with gems and certain restrictions in the future? In a lot of games, you can pay for a name change.
Yeah, so the Armory is one of the biggest systems to hit BitHeroes ever. And the reason for that is because it requires a significant amount of database modifications and editing with our current design. Part of that is touching on your character profile. And when we do significant changes like that, it would make sense for us to make any quality of life changes there to the database that would be needed to do something like this. So name changes. I feel like we have a very good design for how we would want name changes to work in the future. That design currently is the closest to battle.net IDs. So you would be, for example, instead of being Romank70, you would be Romank70 hashtag 4538. And that hashtag 4538 would be hidden. You'd be able to figure out what it is by going into your settings menu, but it wouldn't be forward facing. Other players would be able to see it by viewing you, but only probably through another hidden button. Hidden meaning it's not the first thing they see.
Right.
And that would allow us to get around the whole multiple people wanting the same name. It would allow us to take another pass at a name currently. The one issue that currently exists is that like all the records associated to bans and mutes and transactions and stuff can be associated with 2 historical names. So we have to probably swap that up to being like server player IDs and stuff like that instead.
Okay. So at this point, no. In the future, possibly, essentially.
Yeah, I think it's probably actually significantly high chance of it happening as part of our Armory update. The Armory updates it's just getting fatter and fatter. So we were hoping to launch it at the end of this month. That looks significantly impossible right now. So it'll probably be pushed into like mid-September or end of September. And for me, as a player who's played for the last 3 years, it's going to be freaking awesome. Our UI for it is really polished. Implementation is really cool. It'll allow you guys to do some really cool stuff. I'm really excited for you to see it.
Meteor66 is asking, will we be able to run through multiple raids at once? As it is, raids take an enormous amount of time to complete. Will we see a multiplier akin to trials, gauntlets, events, and PvP?
That's a good question.
I don't think it is.
I feel like it's a good question because it needs an answer in terms of like, I need to explain to you why it's a bad thing to do.
Okay, good.
So when I wanted to add this latest Bubgore to the game, the 12-hour one, I did have to have a conversation with the previous developer on why we were doing it. Their big fear was that it would turn the play experience when a tier launches to something that takes like a couple of weeks to a month down to like a day. Like Roman might be able to clear all of tier 11 in like literally a day now. And by adding multipliers to something like Raid, it would almost guarantee that. And from our perspective, that's probably not a good thing. Because the game is social, we want you to be able to enjoy it for some expected amount of time. We don't want you to be able to blow through new content instantly. We want it to be hard and fun, but it's hard to do that when you can pop a 12-hour Bubgore and then add a 15x multiplier and spend 1,000 shards, and then you just get all the mythics in one go, right? So yeah, it's
Well,
probably
also there's familiar bribing involved. I mean, you can't get multiple familiars.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess we could probably come up with some cheats there if we were like, if you twisted my arm, like every time a familiar pops to you, you can get like 10 of it instead of one of it. But
Okay,
yeah,
that's the perspective. I didn't even think about that.
yeah, but that would be rough.
It would be interesting. It'd be different, at least. I can see now that you mention stacking familiars. Okay,
Roman, you're now interested.
I never even considered it. So the fact that you brought it up brings me back in your area there. Code Cat is 64 is asking, will we be able to have set pieces that can be reforged into different slots but keep the same bonuses? Like a set offhand being reforged into a set main hand, or a set ring that can be reforged into a set neck.
So that's like an ancient item, right?
No, it's in a way, but it's I can see the perspective. Like, and for example, instead of making Arsenal your main hand, offhand, head, and chest, make Arsenal your main hand, chest, head, and ring. Just swapping one little detail, but completely re-enabling the build for other variations.
Yeah, I think the answer is kind of probably not a great answer, but the answer is the tech exists, so if we wanted to do it, we could. But the design constraints, from a designer's perspective, it's probably not a great thing to do. We want to hamstring you into certain builds. We want to force you to go into something else if this isn't perfect. Not because we're like trying to get you to farm more. It's just because it makes the other thing interesting, right? Like, if this build doesn't fit your perfect, ideal stat thing, then go find another one that does. And it's on us. The onus is on us to create that other thing that fits your perfect stack archetype. I would rather create more unique items than allow you to take one item and just turn it into whatever the hell you want to.
Fair enough. Gav is asking why male models and can we have a female base model?
Sorry, can you say that again?
The actual character model. We don't really have a quote unquote female model.
Yeah, I'm definitely down for adding more.
No, not just cosmetics. I think he's asking about the actual core.
Yeah, I'm down to adding more of those. We can create lots of different body types we want to. The only constraint there would be that we have to do a massive gear update. So that
it would be gigantic. Yeah.
Like, I don't know if you guys know this, but there's because there is only one body shape there, every single gear set just stacks onto it. We don't have to create new animations if we don't want to for new gear sets because it just works always, right? If we create let's say 3 new body archetypes, we'd have to create gear set that fits all 3 of those. And from like a design perspective, doing that might we'd have to follow very strict design requirements. Like, our characters have certain sized heads, they have certain sized limbs, they have certain sized torsos. Those things would have to be maintained to maintain the perspective of our game, to maintain that like sort of chibi look that it has. Of course, we can make it look more feminine. We can make them be fatter. We can make them be skinnier, and so on. But each of those have trade-offs, and it kind of deviates slightly from the original intent of the character.
Gav mentioned potential of armory, the amount of armory slots being based on your level in 50 level increments. Can you give us any insight, or do you want to leave it as a mystery until armory is actually released? How are we going to be able to gain armory slots and so forth?
We have the design doc ready for this, so I don't mind talking about it. It would be cool to kind of leave some things a secret, so I'm not going to go into too much, but I can go into how we would release these. I think that's fair enough. So I think right now there's 2 numbers in mind. So there's either going to be 10 gear sets that you can save, or 20. And
wow.
There's going to be a lot because there's a lot of use cases, right?
I don't go through that many. I maybe have 4.
Yeah, in the current state of the game. But if we wanted to add other things, you might want that many. Some people have suggested like 6. some people have suggested us adding like a player-driven number, just so that if you want to have 100 different cosmetic sets, you can have 100 different cosmetic sets that you can just like hot swap between to kind of like meme around in. But the idea being that you get one extra slot for free from level 0, one extra slot that you can pay for from level 0 for a very, very minimal amount of gems. So let's say like 300 gems. And then every extra one you get up to, let's say 20, will be level locked in increments of probably 20. So you'll have your third one at level 20, your fourth one at level 60, and so on up the chain. Obviously, that number can be changed at any time by us. So if we want to say it's every 10 or every 50, we can do that. We probably need to get a good feel for it. But I feel like 20 is probably a good spot.
So at 400, they'd have all of them unlocked.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And one that would carrot you to get there more if you wanted to. So if we're trying to push people into higher levels, that would be good. It would be a good way to reward players over time. Obviously, the difference between 19 and 20 is not that big, right? But it's something.
Right.
And one other cool thing that we've kind of added to the design as a P2 requirement, which means like it's a lower priority requirement. So if time gets really, really bad, we just don't do it. Is we were planning on adding use logic to each one of these. So after you save your set, you could go in and edit rules that says, I want to use this set by default when I enter PvP. So I don't have to go manually change it out. I want to use this one by default when I go and do fishing. I don't want to change it out. So you could set those by position as well.
Wow. That's a lot. It's going to be a big update. I'm excited.
Yeah, that's it's like I mentioned before. It's significant.
Yeah. Viral. Now let's talk about something completely insignificant. Viral's asking about the ability to change color of gear. we go such drastic questions.
I would say that's a big no. Not just because, not from an art standpoint, but from a tech standpoint. We don't have the tech in place to do something like that. The tech would probably need to be created, and I'm not sure if that's something that our art director would be pro. And because I don't generally control that, I can't make that call. Like the game as it exists in its current state was designed by Troop Humans, and we are trying to maintain that style going forward. We don't want to deviate from it because
it's successful.
It's extremely successful. It is, in my perspective, it is the thing that makes this game. Like the art style, literally is in my mind 90% of this game. The artist. I know that there's going to be some subtle like. There's systems in place that are also extremely complex and extremely well crafted. But for me, I know that you're not into cosmetics, but for me and my wife and a lot of our players in our studio that play this game,
very true.
It is super creative. It's super unique. It's so different than things that exist out there that it's just, and you can actually see how he evolved as an artist over the last 3 years. That to me is like super special. He's just done a phenomenal job, and we're doing everything we can to become as good as he is at making this art. It's actually the hardest thing we're doing now going forward with the game. We're constantly hiring new artists to see who can get as close to him, but it feels like we're just still trying to catch up.
Fair enough. Next up from Relnarad, he's asking, what are the most likely gold sync mechanics that are going to be introduced? I think we need it. Of course.
We have so many ideas here. Like, so many ideas.
Give me my damn slot machine. Let me...
Yeah, literally, we could put a slot machine inside of your guild hall that drops...
Fuck yeah. Let's go.
Randomly if we wanted to. Something that people have asked for sort of just anecdotally at our company while playing the game was they wish there was like a wishing well they could go walk up to, drop a coin in, and get a bonus for the day that's different than the bonuses that are there. And the like a slot machine. It could be a shitty bonus. It could be an amazing bonus. Imagine like
I love it. No, let's go full BitHeroes Casino. We got a slot machine, we got roulette, we got craps, we got keno, we got a wishing well, we got a buffet. Let's go. Let's go the whole 9 yards.
Yeah, let's do it, man. I'm good with that.
I'm on board.
We'll put it in a new city. We'll call it Roman's Casino.
Roman's Casino. Oh no.
We're gonna put you as a cosmetic in the game, man.
No, let's not. Man, people keep repeating their questions, thinking that I won't read them. Let's see here. Gav's asking about a TS display bug yet. Oh yeah, that's right. So when we go into a raid at this point, and then we leave the raid, or go back to our inventories, and we change sets, and then go back into the raid, our old TS and distribution shows, even though we've changed it on our character. You're aware of that?
Yeah, so again, that has to do with how your character profile saves in the DB and how often it pushes and so on. It's not so much a bug as it is an unintended feature. It's something that we'd have to look at, and we're aware. I'm aware. It happens to me all the time. I've seen it. I actually just have to press, like auto again and then reorganize my stack.
Fair enough. Byleth is asking, following up on Celebell's comment, could we ever have a tiny RPG inside BitHeroes where we'd interact with the story instead of having the cookie cutter fixed story with the quotes, replies from our hero? An interactive story potential.
When I first started on this project, one of the things I thought was the narrative does not push me through. I first wrote up a design document on how that narrative could be like a big, complex branching narrative. And through my interaction with the players over the last 2 months, I've realized that that's a terrible idea. And it's the reason why it's a terrible idea is because it breaks the motif of the game, really. I think there is ways that we can add narrative elements to them without them being stories, without them being like choose your own adventure type things. And one of those is like the simple way that Mario does it, where your princess is another castle. We could do things like that. Like there is reason for you to go and kill these monsters, and they're these familiars, and this is the reason. It doesn't have to be a back and forth dialogue that lasts 15 minutes with like flavor text and like pretty men and women showing up trying to like woo you.
Okay. Here's another one. With the sort of pull mechanic, without a sort of pull mechanic other than redirect for tanks, is there going to be more methods to add redirect to tanky boys?
Yeah, we're looking at aggro, seeing how we can do aggro.
An aggro system. Oh, that's scary.
Yeah, very scary. But we're looking at it. That's really all I can say there.
Fair enough. Gav's asking, will there ever be a reforgeable pumpkin?
Will there ever be a purchasable pumpkin?
A reforgeable pumpkin. Pumpkin.
Never say never. I don't really know. I have to think about it more. Sorry, man.
No worries. Choosy Goblin's asking, time frame to include more cosmetics for weekly rewards. He's capped out on his weekly cosmetics.
Next week or the week after.
Nice.
Yeah, soon.tm.
Right. Okay, so the Dark Duelers is again expanding the top in an event from the top 2 to top 10, top 5 to top 25, and so on. So more people are asking if that's ever going to happen.
I think as the game grows, it makes sense. Like if we had 5 players, it wouldn't make sense. But if we had 5 million, it would. I don't think we need to get to 5 million for us to start opening it up. But I think as we hit certain milestones, it definitely makes sense for those bands to be dynamic. So let's say 10,000 people enter the event. It would be maybe as it is now. But if that number passes 15,000, it would open up to another slot. 20,000, it might go to 5, and so on upwards.
All right, Devil's Side is asking about player housing. I know we haven't talked about it this entire stream because it's another cosmetic thing that I'm so his question is, and you can go fully off on player housing after it. What about a housing system where you can put some cosmetics in to show your process to others? Can be public, private, via invite. Need more place to run around, whatever. What is the perspective, and where are we at on the whole housing system concept? I know it's been mentioned before.
Yeah, I'll cover it even though it's been mentioned. That's cool.
Right, I'm gonna run to the bathroom while you do that.
Okay. Yeah, so for us, we like player housing a lot. We like anything that really brings agency to the players, meaning that they can choose their own destiny, choose their own creativity, share that creativity with other players. So player housings will definitely come. Will definitely allow you to restrict access or open up access to different levels of people, whether that's friends, everyone, guildmates, and so on. And will allow you to express yourself inside of these houses. We'll also probably tuck away some utility in there. So, like, if some people have suggested additional inventory space and inventory management, maybe you can have a bunch of different chests in there that are that you as a player can choose how you want to utilize. So say you have 10 chests, you want to drop all your cosmetics in one, all your gear in one, and so on. There might be other little things that we tuck away in there, but yeah, it's definitely something that we're looking at. The only fear that we really have for doing that is that it might weaken some of the social that's tied into guild systems, right? So if I'm like a person that wants to hide away, right now I might be able to hide away inside my guild, but then I'm still forced to interact with my guildmates. With this guild housing, I might be able to hide from my guildmates altogether, and that's probably not something that we want to happen. So we'd have to kind of find a solution there.
Fair enough. Let's see here. A lot of repeats. Dark Dueler spoke to your tiered system to use levels because TS can be altered before events.
Yeah,
That makes sense.
For sure.
So that if the tiered system ever does come into play, which
Yeah,
I mean there is potential to it, but basing it off of a previous weekly success, I don't see that. I see tiers based on level groupings. I like where Dark Dueler went with it there.
Yeah, for sure. I think maybe if we were to use something like TS, we would lock you in to whatever you have equipped when you go in there, so you wouldn't just be able to wreck with like equipping better TS once the event starts. Like we'd have to have some sort of save state, and we would have to not only check for TS, but like some sort of value attributed to your familiar grouping. So if you like stat yourself down and you have like 5 maxed out mythic fusions, probably not the same as somebody who just starts playing the game.
But I like Dark Dueler's perspective. So instead of locking it based on the previous week's performance, instead of locking it to TS, lock it to level.
Yeah, I don't know that achieves 100% of our goal there, but it probably achieves a large amount of it. Like,
I mean, it's definitely a gigantic improvement.
Yeah, I think it is. I think it is an improvement. I don't know how some of our most dedicated free-to-play players will compete against other pay-to-win players. So if you're like a level 500 free-to-play player and you've been playing since alpha, you're never going to win that thing against somebody who is level 500 and is a pay-to-win player.
I don't think we have level 5. Sills is up there, but Sills and Timo are up there, but I don't think either of them are fully free-to-play.
No, there's a few.
Oh, there is a few?
Yeah.
That are 500 and fully free-to-play.
Yeah, there's a few.
Really? That's interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know.
There are people who literally log in every single they must have like an alarm on their phone. Like the second that freaking energy becomes available, they log in, grab it, and use it consistently every single time.
And then they didn't spend a penny on the game.
Yep.
Wow, that's incredible.
Yeah. A significant amount of people though who play over, a year have spent something at least in some form or fashion.
Okay. So many comments. I'm looking for questions. Obvious stuff. I mean,
Somebody said they're all bots.
right.
Level 500 bot would be pretty impressive, actually. If you can get past 500 levels without us figuring out you're a bot, that's hats off to you, man.
All right, still trying to sort through everything. That's all the same. I saw folks fighting me on the whole tiered system. I mean, it's just my opinion. When I'm really passionate about something, I had to interject.
Yeah. That's why it's important for us to listen to as many people as we can, and then also to make our own judgments behind the scenes. And we're also probably going to piss you guys off, but it's to be expected from time to time.
Even Dan mentioned that sharding lets people actually not whale rather than compete against each other. I mean, yeah, but you have to consistently do it. They could do that. And Byleth agreed. The benefits for sharding, the benefits of a free to play are obvious, indeed. But for pay to play, it can get complicated. There's no question there. Moving down the list at a pretty quick pace now.
If you want, by the way, you can open up live questions. If you want, we can jump into your chat channel if people can behave.
Yeah, you sure?
I mean, it's a big if, but if they can, I'm fine with it.
Why don't we do it on the new server?
Okay.
I think we already have, since they're verified and everything. We'll try that. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Do we have a voice channel yet? Oh, we don't have a voice channel yet.
Well, there are, but you guys can't see them. They're
Okay.
in secret channels.
Okay, fair enough.
Let's just do the Lions channel. I'll hop in there.
Oh well, okay. So it's we might get some bad feedback though.
Yeah.
Well, can we do it in the old BitHeroes, the unofficial server?
Yeah, let's do it in there.
Unofficial lobby. I'll meet you there.
Unofficial lobby. Where is that?
You see it in the voice chats?
I see voice chat and then lobby.
Yeah, Gavjan's jumped in there already.
Okay.
Folks are starting to fill out.
Hello?
Hey, guys.
How are you guys doing?
Oof. The max capacity for this room is 30.
Well, rip.
But it's okay. We're only at 11.
Is anybody else talking, or are we still in our call together?
No, we're the only ones talking. Nobody else has asked a question yet.
Gotcha. Okay.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, Gav. What's your question?
I think I missed the first hour. Has anybody said anything about professions whatsoever?
Not yet, no. It's a pretty cool question.
So what do you want to tell us about professions?
I want to tell you nothing, but if you ask me a question, I will answer it. So, ask me a targeted question. I'll answer it.
All right. Specifically, what is everything that has to do with professions go? Will you ever come with a format where instead of us asking you a bunch of random questions, you guys kind of present what you guys want to present?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
The council.
I actually really enjoy asking you guys stupid questions and then you guys just slaughtering me on them. That's probably the most value I get out of the Q&A because it's very clear right away what red lines are. But back on your question about professions, it's obviously like a whole new frontier for us. So it requires a lot of design, requires integration into like the new cities that we're going to do, integration into potentially new events, integration into things like procedurally generated areas, procedurally generated profession nodes, procedurally generated bunch of different things. An insane amount of crafting recipes, which we're already working on. And some like research on what type of profession motifs we want. Obviously, there's a huge reference library in a bunch of RPG games. Is it going to be like blacksmithing, herbalism, potion crafting, all kinds of stuff there? And then also, how do those systems tie into systems that already exist in the game? Do we want them to? Do we want them to be on their own complete silo so that they don't impact negatively things that already exist and they just kind of add to it? How can we make it compelling for free-to-play players? How can we make it compelling for pay-to-win players? Those two questions are the biggest questions that we have. We feel like a lot of our recipes are good right now in our design document. We feel like we've created some silos of value that will not impact the current systems like runes or pets or accessories or mythics and so on. They'll probably be extra value, so things like potions, for example. We feel like the potion system in the game is pretty lackluster. It's simple, which is sort of good, but maybe we can be more creative there, especially now that we have the ability to add more abilities to the game. There's also professions that might be solely used by a specific portion of the game. So what if there's a profession that was only used for people who are interested in cosmetics? What if there's a profession for people who are only interested in PvP? What if there's a system only use really fun for people who are interested in fishing, of all things? So there's a lot of things I can't tell you there because we haven't finalized our design document, but it is a sooner rather than later thing. So expect it before the end of the year.
That's a really good answer. What are specific things that you have changed based on recent player feedback?
Let's see. I don't have my
No fusions on pets and accessories.
Yeah, like
God.
that was. I think
we shut him down pretty hard on that one.
Oh yeah, we did.
I think we came to that conclusion also with our summit with Jupiomens, but I wanted to revisit with you guys and see if you would agree with them, and which you did. So that was one thing. There was another one that was really big like that. What was it? I don't remember. Another example, which I didn't want to do in the first place, but obviously, like the conversations today with Roman and conversations that I've had in the past, we will absolutely not be doing VIP tiers. We will not be doing VIP systems and VIP lockouts for new events. We won't be doing that while I'm the CEO of the game because I don't think it adds value to the game. I think it adds value to our pocketbooks, but that's cannibalizing, right? Like if I do something like that, it's gonna like kill our player base, and in 3 months we're gonna have 1/10 the player base that we have now. So those two things come to mind right off the bat. There's other things like shifting focus away from super World of Warcrafty alliance and horde faction types to things more akin to like reputational factions in WoW. So we had this idea of adding factions at one point, but then came the idea of, well, guilds really, really matter, and we don't want to break up guilds right now. So how can we add factions in a way that don't break up guilds? Well, we do like reputational factions. So in Outlands and stuff like that, you can go with the Shatar and do reputation quests and stuff with them and still feel attached to that faction while being attached to your guild. One thing that we've looked at is putting higher emphasis on live operations. So that includes like creating new content for events and less emphasis on like massive feature overhauls. because players crave specific types of things in the game, and we see a lot of value for the player in those types of things. Instead of like, oh shit, we're going to go create 500 new cities, or we're going to go create let's see, one idea we had was like a vanilla game experience. This is something we're actually still considering, where it'd be like a new event type that you start over from 0 and you race to level 50, and that happens for a month, and the first person to get there gets something. We've deprioritized that down the list, but it's still there. We deprioritized it based on feedback we had with you guys.
Hey, I had it's more of a suggestion than a question, but what are the possibilities of adding something like a guild feast that could add a variety of bonuses and buffs to your entire guild? That you can say one member can like host a feast for the guild that the guild can eat, and then they get that bonus for say a few hours or for the day.
So we have a system that is 80% done, that operates much in the way that you just asked, that is not a feast system, but it is a guild system, and we are close. Is all I can really say about it. I'm not allowed to give away what it is, but yes, that's something that we're looking at.
Guild buffs. Sexy. I love it.
Yep.
Who's next? Let's go.
So demanding.
I am. You got something choosy, or you just want to call me demanding?
I mean, maybe both.
Go for it. What do you got, baby?
No, I'm just trying to think of how to word it like concisely, so I don't want to ramble.
Well, I can kill a little time. So we talked about potentially never being able to gift things like gift gems to other players. I kind of see like we're maybe missing an opportunity there, because if you can gift something through the shop, it's not player-to-player trading, but it would still stimulate more people to do purchases they would not otherwise do. There's plenty of people that I talk to that would be more likely to gift somebody if I can use my gems and buy you like a 800 gem, Dumglim box or gift gems, and it would also be a way for players to run player-run community events, some sort of cosmetic competition. We referenced Warcraft a couple times. Well, Warcraft has that. I didn't play it, but it's a cosmetic dungeon that you enter in, and people just like make different cosmetics, and people vote on the best cosmetic or something. Just different options and ways to make community. And I see that potentially gifting things could be a way to kind of foster that. What do you think?
Yeah, I think cosmetics. If we did this, cosmetics would be literally the only thing. Like WoW, in WoW they have like a ring, like a proposal ring, a wedding ring that you can like send people, because WoW is like the cringiest game of all time, and we could do something like that if we wanted to be super cringy too. There's obviously other motifs, wedding rings and things that we could gift, but I would definitely not want to limit, or definitely not want to open it up to functional items. I'm in a game like BitHeroes, which is free to play and accessible all over the world. I'd be extremely worried about botting and asset selling, and that would bring in a whole issue of account security that I don't want to have to deal with. And the trade-offs there for me, where I do think there is probably a bit of value, the trade-offs are too big.
Fair enough. I think it's any sort of trading system, be it gifting somebody gems in game, and there's so much potential for abuse. Just leave it. If you gotta do it, do cosmetics that don't affect stats at all, or don't do it at all. It's just unnecessary in this kind of game.
If even if we do it with cosmetics, that can open us up into botters that would go and farm ultra rare cosmetics and then sell them at discount to players.
But if you did everything through the shop, I'm still missing the point. It's like if you did everything through the shop, what's the difference between me buying $5 worth of gems for myself and me buying $5 worth of gems and
why can't you send them a PayPal gift card?
Spent. You see what I'm saying?
Why can't you send them a gift card?
If you run an event and you give out a gift card, you don't know if the person that receives the gift card uses it on BitHeroes. If your intent is to send a BitHeroes related thing,
send them a Kong gift card.
Kind of middleman.
Okay, Kong gift card.
I think for me,
Team's gifting system.
Yeah, for me, it's really just about the value prop transition that a hacker or a botter can do. native to trading their time for money. If there's any way to inflow the item that you're transferring, then there's a way to abuse it and sell it, and just one, hurt our economy, two, like potentially hurt account statuses. Maybe I'm missing something, and if I am, maybe we could create a new design doc for this, but I don't see in its current state.
I can create 10 instances of Nox and have them farm out 800 gems.
We're not talking about that. We're talking specifically through the shop, only through the shop, so farming has no bearing on anything.
Then your account is still a target for someone purchasing everything and somehow selling them to someone. It just, yeah.
No.
It still goes through the shop, though.
Security of stolen cards, yes.
It's not clean. I don't.
It's not a good idea.
No. What else we
and
got?
Then, yeah, since Dan can't be in here, I'm just going to give his answer in DM. That he said that it would be an issue with people making a purchase, maybe having buyer's remorse or something, and blaming it on someone else, and all sorts of other issues.
Yeah, it seems like my CS team would literally kill me if I did this.
I can see the death. I can see the Kenkong death. What else we got, guys?
So my question was geared back towards the player council a little bit. So when we're approaching this, and obviously we're approaching a deadline where we've already been able to submit applications for it, are the player council going to be like a representative conglomerate for the BitHeroes community at large, or are they a player base that you can draw data and inferences from and like opinions? Like,
So-
are they going to be representative of the community at large? Are they supposed to like engage with the community, find out what they think of kind of what they are being tested on, like as far as their NDAs allow them, or?
Yeah, so the current design and wish that we have is that the players represent the role that they're elected for to the truest degree that they can. They can share information to the truest degree that their NDA allows them to with their constituents. So let's say Roman is the free-to-play advocate. He then goes and shares the things that he's allowed to with people he knows that are free-to-play, gathers their opinions, and tries to represent them to his best of his ability to us, with also adding his personal opinion on top of that, right? Because people are electing him for a reason. And he shares that with the group of 20 people. And that they come to me, and not just me, but like a few other devs that are working with the council, and express their opinion. And we work together towards solution to an issue. We're not going to like data mine Roman's player profile and be like, okay, Roman went and bought this package. We want that package. And it's not like if a choosy goblin is on there, he can ignore people. I mean, you can ignore people, but that would piss me off, and I would probably not be happy. So I might have to add some like more critical rules next year, and I wouldn't want to have to do that.
Right, because I guess my biggest concern approaching it was just one, the year long, which I get why it's a year long, so but obviously like not like them developing a hive mind for who's ever on it, and then not engaging in the community enough to justify kind of like offsetting the opinion of that they might have specifically.
Yeah, no, we're hoping that because of the requirements of how diverse the roles are, that it would be difficult for them to create a hive mind. Maybe like the beta tester is good, but like the 6 different roles we have for community advocates are pretty different, and the different roles we have for meta specialists are pretty different. And we'd hope that would break up some of it. And then the second requirement that I don't know if you guys have had a chance to check out the announcement is that, and like the requirements for council members once they're elected, is that they engage weekly with players on the Discord that is set up for it. That means like being in channels and talking to people and hearing them out and giving their feedback and their opinion about something live in the channel. Like chatting with them.
Now let me just feed off of this a little bit. So hypothetically, say I'm elected to the pay to win or whatever the position is, doesn't matter. Would I be able to have a Discord channel available where I'm able to bring in people who like assistants? So I know my position. I know what it entails. I know the people who I'm representing. Would I be able to make my own sub-council that I can bring into the council on the official Discord, which you guys would oversee what they say as well as I would?
I would say that probably lies outside of the scope of it right now, but like the only issue I see there is that it somehow makes it more official than what they would actually be. So like the intent is that there's 20 people, and these 20 people can go and represent whom they deem to be representative of the role.
Right.
So if you feel like that's a group of 100 pay-to-win players that you know, I'm completely fine with you going on to another server, talking to them, and so on. But I wouldn't want to have to create like a sub-council within sub-council.
Okay, so you don't want to be responsible for it, essentially.
I don't want to be responsible for it. I don't want it to be that you are only listening to this subgroup of people. So let's say, for example, 10 of these members are filled up with people from League of Legends, right?
Hell yeah.
Hell
yeah.
That has a potential for being a problem, right?
Right.
We wouldn't
I gotta
want that
leave
to
League
happen.
now. That's messed up.
We're not forcing anybody to leave. The only hard requirement is that all three of the elected positions, so the president, the vice president, and the
It
secretary.
can't be me, Gavin, Emily.
Yeah, they have to be those three. Those
Dream
three
team.
roles have to be from different guilds. That's it. Everything.
Can I join the Dev Guild?
No. Although
no.
we are hiring people though right now. If you want to go apply on Kong.com, I would say that that's a bad thing. We want players to be representative of the entire gaming community. So if we see things like that, we would just have a chat with you and remind you why it is this thing is happening. But it's not like we're going to tell you off and kick you either. So just try to be adults and understand the amount of value we're placing behind you and like the responsibility that's there. We don't want you to use it as like a thing to troll us or the community or other players. Like these are roles in which you have a huge amount of impact on the fate of the game. Like I don't know if you guys understand that, but these people will be literally helping us make the game going forward over the next 5 to 10 years. So it's very, very, very important to us as developers that the people here take the job seriously.
I like it.
Besides the vetting process that y'all are going to do for each individual application, are you going to interview them as well?
No, I'm not going to do that. I know. Let's say so. The vetting process in my mind is something like this. We already have like 500 people who've applied, so we're going to take
Jesus.
the 10% or 15% of those that are literally just don't qualify and they just apply anyways, and get rid of those people, and then check all the accounts for like major mutes and major bans. Talk with our community management team that already exists and ask them, are these people like literally trolling us by this application? They're going to be like hateful and everything. And if they pass that, then it's really up to the players. The only thing is that like from a UI perspective, scrolling through a list of 400 people might be a little bit hard. So we might need to do like multiple rounds of voting somehow, where it's like we cut from 400 to 40 or something like that.
Right.
400 to 100.
But like, what if? Are you gonna when you present them to be voted on, are they gonna be like just their names, or are you gonna put the guild tags in? Because I think that'll give like an unfair advantage to K or GG.
Yeah, no, well, I mean, it's a good question. So I think that anybody who's eligible for voting is going to know that SSS1 is in guild, X, and
Right.
Cheesy Goblin is in guild X. But our design intent on that list is to have your name, the role you're applying for, and a checkbox. The role or your name will probably be deep linked directly to your forum post in which you are introing yourself to the community as a candidate. So
Right.
once we pass vetting, we'll let you guys know if you made it past vetting, and then we'll open up a sub forum where you can say, "Hey, I'm Cheesy Goblin. This is me. This is what I'm running for. This is what I represent." You can either choose to post there or not. If you choose to, we will deep link you into it.
Okay. Interesting.
Yep.
Now, currently on the website itself, you're able to apply for multiple positions at the same time.
Yeah, I think that might have been an unintended feature.
Okay, I figured.
Now that it's an unintended feature, I have to work out if it's something we want to keep, and if it is, then how would we prioritize? We'll probably have to ask the vetted people to pick one now that they passed vetting, or probably, yeah, that's probably the only solution I can see there. If you end up voting, or let's say somebody like SSS1 legitimately gets voted into every single role as the number one pick, what do we do? Do we then say, hey man, you can only take one of these? Do we say, actually, you can fill each one? Because that then gimps our total count and reduces our impact to be able to get as broad of reach as we wanted to. I don't think that's a good solution. I think it would be that that person would then have to pick. And then we would just go to the next person in line for whatever group it is that he chose not to choose.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Any other questions, guys? Come on, let's go. Hey, Dan.
Yeah, I had to remove my nitro boost in order to join the lobby.
Really? That's really weird.
Yeah.
Frickin'
Oh,
Discord.
I think we might. Yeah, I like really suck at like different Discord things, so that's probably on me. Actually, no, this isn't my server. Okay, never mind. This is on Nova. Hey, what was the question? Was there a question?
No, there wasn't a question. I'm just saying hi to Dan.
You know, I'll ask a little more in-depth question,
Okay.
more strictly about APIs and such, just because I'm a nerd.
Mhm.
And
We call him Data Dan.
yeah, as far as timelines and things like that, how high up is that on your list, or is it something that we're going to be waiting? And whatever it is, that's fine, because we've waited for forever for it. Is it something that's 6 months away, or something that's high on your priority?
I think that a portion of it is high on my priority. So something like a DPS monitor or something like a battle summary would be very high on my priority, like within the next 6 months. Something like a full-fledged public API with the read or write or both access would be something that is probably have to be done as a pseudo side project. I would have a very difficult time convincing my company of the strategic value there. I think there's a lot of value, and I can defend it to the end of the earth. But I don't think anybody in my company that I'll need to convince has any experience here. So I'm gonna have to do a lot
I
of.
think in other games, because like you, I think I've probably played every other MMO there is.
Mhm.
There's some that will implement very basic API access, and then basically a community side of the team is in charge of expanding it and working with the devs, but they're also doing a lot of the work to make basically the community facing side of it and the documentation and enhancements and things like that. They become charge of it, and so it would almost become part of, let's say, the council. So maybe there's a council position specific to API and third-party access.
That's really interesting. I feel like that's a really interesting idea. We should gym on that more. The only concern I have there is it gets pretty close to employee status. So it would have to be like
understandable.
Or a voluntary. And also, we're hiring a principal and a software engineer. If you guys want, I know you can't go in your own company, but like,
yeah, I think unfortunately some of us, this is still a hobby.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's definitely a hobby.
It's an expenditure, not an income.
Yeah.
Hey man, free discounts for all employees.
There you go.
What was that website?
Congregate.com/jobs, I think, something like that.
What are you talking about, Ken?
I do have a question, and this is coming maybe from me, and I don't know if you guys have statistics on it. But is there any type of age breakdown of the player group? Because I've seen comments from some people that they seem to think that this is, a bunch of 16-year-olds, and then I've seen other people that comment that it's a bunch of, 40-year-olds. Do you have any type of demographics on the player base?
We do, but they're not public. I don't know if they can be public, but I can say that it's not super focused on any one age bracket. That's all I could really go on.
Well, I can tell you, my son introduced me to the game, so you have
Yeah.
two generations in my household.
So we have people that are like 14. I think 14 is minimum age, really, like that should be playing the game. If you are playing younger than that, you're probably breaking toss. But we have players all the way up until quite old, and the distribution between those 2 points is not super even, but it is also not like heavily skewed towards young or heavily skewed towards old.
Okay.
We know some guilds where there's 60-year-olds. We know a few guys that are in their 50s. We know
Yeah.
a lot of people in their 40s and a lot in their 30s.
I mean, Roman's 103, so
Yeah.
I use it all.
There's also a lot of
Russians-
people in their 20s.
Looking good for a 116-year-old Roman. Jesus
I
Christ.
appreciate that, Ken.
Where have
It's
you
all the
been,
squats
Matt?
that he does.
Again,
It's that ball and the ass sweating.
Aloe, really? We're still on stream, lady.
Sorry.
He sweats
I-
age away.
I do
This
have
is
one
still
other-
an
Ken's heard you before.
This is not an NSFW stream. This is one of the few that's not. Tomorrow we're back with Denko Roller breaking down all the questions. That'll be an NSFW stream.
All right.
I do have one other question, and I think I briefly asked it, but it was not really, directed that well, which is making leveling matter again. And if you guys had ever considered basically increasing the TS gain the higher levels you get. Because, like, for instance, right now, one level for me is the equivalent of 110 levels for someone that just starts out. So they're getting 110 TS for every one that I get.
Yeah, I think that
Yeah.
that's a pretty good proposal, and I think, as I mentioned earlier, this is something that I probably need to think more about, and that means if you guys have good ideas, I would love to hear them. Drop them in the suggestion channels if you're not a council member, and if you end up being a council member, please DM me directly, and we can talk about it.
Okay. I know that S knows I'm chasing him because he keeps ahead of me by between 5 and 10. So
I don't understand how he got to level 99. I don't understand that at all. If anybody knows his personal info, let me know so I can ask him how is he breaking our game so effectively.
I assumed someone was going to hit 100 this time because I think last time he and I both hit 89 before this nerf.
Yeah, the increase in difficulty as it progresses up the chain is significant.
Oh yeah.
You're not supposed to be able to get that high.
Yeah, but those two always break shit. And that's just how they roll.
Denko Roller and Triple
Wait
S1.
until the next double drop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
with this ultra. You kidding me, bro?
Wait, what do you
Yeah.
mean they broke something? What did they break?
The invasion level.
really
SSS1
break
got
it,
to
did it?
99.
He
Yeah.
broke the bit time
Oh,
continuum.
Yeah, and according to Kenkong, it wasn't supposed to be even possible to get to 99. So that's the whole idea.
The reason why I bring it up is not because we think he's cheating or hacking or abusing or anything like that. It's because we don't understand how he did it mechanically. It should be impossible at his TS. So the person is a master of beating our game. He's proven that in D3 and beforehand. So we'd like to talk to him. Yeah.
Does he communicate?
I have not seen him communicate, but again, I've only been here for actively engaging with you guys for a few months now.
Well, lore has it if you actually see him or hear him speak, you die. So
That's not exactly
I mean, I
true.
saw him type somewhere on a server within the last week, but
Kenkong, he responds
I'm kidding.
really well in DMs. If you DM him,
Yeah.
he'll give you a candid answer. He's very respectful. I talk with him at least once a week in DMs. So
yeah,
that's my
I've
suggestion.
DM'd him before, but he does have a certain mystique that surrounds him that I find actually pretty cool.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
And
He's
I,
not
I mean,
answering
yeah,
his phone.
it's the first artificial intelligence that has progressed this far.
it's literally a bot that Dan built. That's it's just
Nice.
Now he's
You
trying
know-
to catch up to his creation.
I will
here from the future. He's got to save us from the S1 bot. What are you doing?
I will say though, as far as games go, and as many as different ones I've played, I've probably played this as long as I have because of the fact that it's not really hackable.
Yeah.
I mean, because I've hacked probably every other MMO there is, to the point. I mean, that was how I played games. I played games to beat the developers, not to beat the game. And I think I enjoyed this one as much because I know I'm not doing it, someone else isn't doing it.
Yeah, for sure.
I like that.
I-
Guys,
One-
we're
one-
about 15 minutes out, 10, 15 minutes out from the end of our stream. We're going to do our final giveaway right now. We're going to roll out a few more questions with our open chat, which is on the unofficial BitHeroes Discord. So exclamation point play, pick a number. I'm going to start this giveaway in about 1 minute. We're going to finish this up. This giveaway is really important to me because it references everybody who made this stream possible. All my mods here, Billy, Icepar, Choosy, Goblin, Dark Dueler, Aloe. Huge shout out to you guys. Thank you so much for making everything work.
Thank you guys very much.
We wouldn't be here today with everything so well structured and everything, so well oiled, and the viewership that we had tonight without you guys here.
I mean, it was really all Bill.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and get this started in a minute. Go ahead, guys. You guys can get back to your questions.
Cool. Yeah. One other comment I wanted to say real quick was that I fully do respect player privacy. So if don't pressure this guy into having a chat with me at all. I do respect him if he wants to be private, fully to be private. But also if he's willing to talk, we are eager.
Well, keep in mind that most of us won't push him because we don't want to get kicked from his friends list. So
I'll DM him gladly because he's in my guild. He can't really kick me any farther away.
And you don't think if S has a conversation with Liz that you'll be no.
S is
you need a guild.
S is a really cool guy. I'll approach him. No problem. I'll let him know.
So I have a question that's not related to BitHeroes.
Mm-hmm.
So I used to work in the pet industry, and
Mhm.
dogs have my heart. What kind of dogs do you have?
I have one pug. Her name is Abby. She was our first dog that we got a couple months after getting married. After her, we decided not to get a breed dog again, just because of all the genetic issues that comes
Right.
with pugs and the learnings we had there. So the next two dogs we had are both rescues. They're not breed specific. They're multiple 10 plus breeds in between them, but they're both 15-pound terrier mixes, if I had to call them closest to something. Very sweet dogs. I think I might have posted photos somewhere once of them on a server.
Yes,
I can
somewhere.
try to find it.
And I need them.
They
photos.
they are on the Alliance server.
I also love them. I also love them with all my heart, and I need you to tell them how much I love them.
We'll do. For sure.
Pugs, for as little as they are, make a mess like you wouldn't believe. Can you believe how much that little dog sheds?
Yeah, it's crazy right now. There's literally a freaking coat of hair in this room that I'm sitting in because we haven't run our little D-bot vacuum thing.
Yeah.
She sheds quite
I
crazy.
had two for a while, and then no.
Jack Russell's destroy those little bots, so I can't run them.
Yeah, ours tried to destroy it a different way. It laid a massive turd in our house, and the thing ran over it. And that was not fun. That was not fun.
And it just spread it throughout the carpet.
Yeah, it was gross. It was funny.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah, but yeah, they're awesome dogs. They're pretty chill too, and we were really fortunate with the rescues we got them from that they were well taken care of and stuff. And both of them were homeless dogs at one point, so they have a little bit of abandonment issues and a little bit of
Separation anxiety.
separation anxiety, exactly. But we've been able to work with them over the last few years over that, and they're pretty cool now.
Yeah, it always takes time, but it's always so worth it.
Yeah.
Definitely adopt, don't shop for sure.
Yeah, I think actually California is banning sales of
Breeders.
breeders. Yeah, inside of
Pet
places
stores or
like
something?
pet stores. Yeah, you have to. They only are allowed to facilitate adoption through rescues now, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Okay, I had a BH related question. I don't know if this has probably been asked yet, but okay. What about having a queue for group PvP matches against another group of PvP, another group?
I feel like that probably would work out. We could use some of the same tech that we use in World Boss. So it would need to be a whole new event type, and we probably wouldn't see a huge amount of engagement there unless we really spike the rewards, because players don't like having to interact with other players if they don't want to.
No.
So like it's already hard. It's already super hard to get people to join you in World Boss. We have like dedicated servers for it on Discord. I imagine this being similarly difficult, but so long as the value is there, I feel like it could work.
Yeah, I mean, right now, so many people just queue up for normal and run it solo
Yeah.
rather than deal with the hassle of a lobby.
Yeah, I
mean,
know it's been mentioned, but I didn't know if I saw a response for the auto option as a requirement for World Boss.
Yeah, we could do something like that. That feels like it could be super easy. You could have a World Boss setting that's like, I only want to join with people who are auto by default, and they're locked into auto.
Yes, please.
Be great. I'm on board.
It
Yeah,
would
whoever-
it would make public groups less aggravating.
Cancerous.
Yeah. I think I'll say this. I think one of the reasons why World Boss is difficult for people to manage is the social obligation for you to have energy to participate. So like if you and your homie are like pounding away on a few passes and then you run out of energy, you don't like it. It feels bad to be like, oh shit, I ran out of energy. I need to go spend some money to be able to keep on engaging with my friend here in this way. And it kind of creates an awkward situation between you two. So if we were to do something similarly in the future, I might remove energy systems from it altogether. But that comes with another caveat of how do we make up that lost revenue if we do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Lots of caveats always.
Yeah, man. I mean, like,
it's a big scale. Essentially, these kind of games are always a big scale. What can I take away to make up for it, and what can I make up for it to take? It's fun.
I wish somebody dropped $1 billion and was like, "Hey, Ken, go make an altruistic video game." I would do it. I would do it in a freaking heartbeat. But at the end of the day, I have to pay engineering salaries, and engineers in California are expensive. So
Yeah, California's stupid.
Yeah,
And I live here.
Same here.
Yeah,
So-
they're expensive everywhere.
yeah. For
Whatever,
sure.
jumpers. I didn't get to go to AX like you. Don't talk about you living in California. I'm still jealous.
Cool. I probably am getting pretty close to having to bounce. So if you guys have any other questions, now would be the time.
No, I just had
We
a
have-
scroll question, but I'm good.
Do we have an official date for the next tier?
What is today? Today is the 10th, right?
Mhm.
I would say that if you guys can figure out the time frame in which the announcements happen towards the previous tiers, you could make some pretty clear guesses at when this one will launch.
It
Yikes.
was 3 weeks. There was 2 weeks without dates and 1 week with dates. So it was 3 weeks last time.
Was it 3 weeks? Well, then I'm wrong.
So it's gonna be essentially it's gonna be August 24th.
23rd.
The
23rd.
23rd is our intention. We'll see. I think we're gonna hit it. I think we're gonna hit
So
it.
you guys heard it here on Romank70 stream first. The unofficial tier 11 release date is August 23rd.
Okay, I feel like this. I have a question that's really, really important. Okay, what about putting Battle Royale into BitHeroes?
Do it, man. Let's do it. You cut it for me, and we'll do it.
Oh shit!
Well, we're gonna have 50 versus 50.
Yeah, it's literally just like 50 boos versus 50 baddies. Go at it. Procedurally generated dungeon.
And then we have a collaboration with Fortnite and call it a day.
I'm not making 47 more Melvitrons.
Hey, I got my last Kaleido tonight. So.
Oh, there you go.
Congrats.
I know you were working on it. Nice.
That's the
Yeah.
congrats
So
to me.
Ken, I actually do have a concern with the voting for council being in the server of the game, considering that the UI hasn't been upgraded yet, and it is rather hard to actually communicate with the community as a whole, especially when even world chats are fragmented at this point.
Yeah.
And you will be expecting the council to be communicating through Discord. I understand the security reasons of having the votes be from actual players in the game, but at the same time, most of us only have a friend list of 100 people. Interacting with 100 people doesn't really represent a large majority of the population, and you see where I'm going with this.
Yeah, I think
Probably.
that I think that if we're worried about like localization, that there's tech solutions there that we can implement. I do think that keeping it inside of the game makes for a much cleaner experience. So if there are pain points, similarly to the last document you made, I would propose to you that we should list out the pain points point by point, and then try to yourself come up with solutions to them that I can then walk through with you and with some other people and see, can we solve that issue? Is it a real issue first? We have to decide, and then can we solve that issue? I do feel like there's probably a tech solution there. I do feel like the best UI for this will be to happen in game. It will be a little bit clunky just because the restraints that come with ActionScript, but it just is so much easier for me to run a database query on the amount of votes that happen for each user this way than have to figure out a whole new system outside of the game.
Yeah.
Our current proposal is that you'll have this list inside of some new item inside the game that you can click on that'll show you all the candidates by type. So probably like tabs at the top that say meta specialist, one that says community advocates, one that says beta testers. They click on the tab, you'll see this large list of candidates, their name, their position they're running for, and a checkbox button. You'll be able to vote up to 2 of them. And then you'll close that box. You will not submit the vote. So that vote will live there and be there for 7 days. You can choose to edit that anytime during the 7 days, put it back to another player because you misclicked, whatever. At the end of those 7 days, those votes are locked in. We run the database query and we see how it shook out, basically. It's clean. It's easy for us to code. Like, we've already scoped it out. It's super, super quick for us to do this. And it gets us the most value out of the council as quickly as possible. The intent after the vote happens is for the same UI element to host the list of current members so that players can see who is representing them, and live there as sort of like a permanent reminder that you guys are being represented.
I like it.
Yeah. I get that, but I think the largest pain point you have there is, again, most of the players that are going to be voting, not knowing how large the actual player base of BitHeroes is, most of them will have never talked with anyone that they would be voting for, potentially, especially from the free-to-play community side of things. And so it basically becomes, oh, this guy's in K, of course I'll vote for him, or something like that.
Yeah, so we mentioned earlier that you'd be able to, if the candidate chooses to, you'll be able to click on that user's name in this list, and it will deep link you out of the game into the BitHeroes forum, where that user they'll be able to post a "This is me" post. So if you're a free-to-play candidate, you can talk about why you think you are the best free-to-play candidate out there. Your experiences as a free-to-play, how you represent other free-to-play players, and there is really where you would talk, so to speak, with your voter.
Okay, perfect. I must have missed that.
Yeah, no worries, man.
All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream here. Everybody, thank you so much for coming. I really appreciate your time. Ken, I couldn't have asked for more, man.
Yeah, no worries, man.
Thanks, man.
I really, really enjoyed this. I feel like, for me personally, there was a lot of value here. I hope there was value on your guys' side as well. And there was so much value on my side, I feel like this should be somewhat repeatable. So, like, maybe in a few months' time, we revisit this. Maybe it's after the council's already been set up and we start talking about how that process has gone from my perspective and so on, how the players have received it. We'll just work on that. I feel this was super, super cool, but thank you very much.
We'll make it work. That's no problem. I can make that work for you. Again, thank you everyone for coming. I will be going for player advocate on the thing, community advocate. Shameless plug. I know
half the people on your list, dude.
I know it's shitty, but I'm going to be going for community advocate. I love you all. Thank you so much for coming. Have a good night.